YouTube's. Okay, Darryl, I think we are live. There's always a lag on these starts. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. Friday, the December 22nd, and I am very happy to have Darryl Robert Schoon with me tonight. Darryl, welcome.
How you doing, David? Good to be here.
Good, good. Well, we were having a nice chat before this, and I'm like, Darryl, we got to go.
All right,
well, we were talking about something completely different from what we said we were going to start with. So now I'm torn between continuing our conversation and going right into, but I promised somebody that I would answer the question about the banks and the mortgages. So for everybody listening, a long time ago, well, I think it was a long time ago, Darryl, probably at least 10 years ago, you did a video on mortgages and how banks create the mortgages.
Yeah. I did that in, I think, around 2009, 2010, and, it was like a card trick. I was talking about money and banks and leverage, and how what happens is that these 30-year mortgages, the interest you pay is enormous. All right. And for the first 10 years, only 10% of your interest goes to paying down the loan. And since the interest is charged on the principal of your loan, you're not getting nothing out of the first 10 years. Nothing. Right? And then
if you look at your balance, it's paying off. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, nothing. Okay. But you're not concerned about it. Why? Because you and the wife were in that house. You had dreams. Maybe your parents didn't have a house, or they had a house, and you wanted one as part of the dream. And they sold you a dream. Well, they sold you a mortgage. They sold you an IOU. And we've grown up thinking, oh, it's part of the dream with life. This is the way I want life to be. But what I'd like to do is put it in context of a larger thing. The basic thing of U.S. home ownership did not even really happen until the 1930s, okay, when there were mortgages that they gave out to a lot of people. All right, they didn't do that before the 1930s. The banks wouldn't even loan you money to buy a car, let alone a house. The banker's theory was this: why should I loan you, this person off the street who has a job, the money to loan a car? I don't know if he's going to pay me back. Okay, this is what they were thinking in the 30s. All right, the only people that the banks really loaned money to was governments, corporations, and farmers. All right, and with the farmers, they figured, hey, let them go broke. We repossess the land. That land is valuable. All right, and so it was until the 1930s came along and the Dust Bowl happened. The Dust Bowl, it was like a series of bad things. Now, the farmers know about the Dust Bowl. The rest of Americans really don't. They heard about it. They read about it. The truth is, it was so bad, the drought, the land was worthless. The kids left the land, and the banks couldn't even sell the land that they held as they repossessed. So it turned out to be a bust for the banks. A sure thing. Just like right now, as we speak, the present day sure thing is commercial real estate, office buildings. 10 years ago, they were as good as gold. Workers go down there, traffic jams, filled up at lunch, square footage stuck one on top of each other, 20-year loans, major corporations. Everybody worked in a down metropolis with a big bank, and it was done. Banks loaned on the dime. That was a true source of income. Today, those banks are holding the mortgages on those loans, and most of those huge buildings are worth, some are only worth 20% of what they were 5 years ago. 20%. And these guys have to refinance that loan. Today's commercial real estate office buildings are just like the farmland in the 1930s. So we're going through something here that affects all of us. Now, when I talked about mortgages, I was basically trying to lay bare the amount of leverage that the banks have over everybody else. And I pointed, we started talking before we started rolling the cameras. I said, for example, you have a savings account, how much interest are they paying you on? I didn't even know. I don't have a savings account, but I said, let's say it's 2 to 3%. All right. But that same bank that you have your money in, you have a credit card from them. The average credit card interest rate is 22% in the United States. And a lot of them are at 30. All right. Same bank, same process, your money. In fact, the money that you have in their bank that you're getting 2 to 3% interest on, what the bank does is they gang all those deposits together in their bank. And based on the size of those deposits, they're able to loan out the front door 10 times that at a minimum. So in other words, the dollar that you have in there in the bank that they're paying you to 2 to 3% interest on, they can take and transform that into $10 that they loan you back 2%, or some other poor, I'm not going to call them sucker. That's a pejorative term. But we have no say in the matter. We have no choice in the matter. Now, the amazing thing is this scam is an incredible way to make money. Because if you've got money in the bank, you either had to work for it, maybe you inherited, but that's hard money. The money that the bank sends out in the form of loan, they don't do squat for, except entice you to come in and put your deposits in their bank. What do they do? Give you a car, a little, free wallet, mug, with your bank's name on it. They smile at you by some other person who's in the same position that you are. All right. Banking is an industry. All right. And it only got invented the way we know it in around 1690 in England. It didn't exist before. All right. I mean, for those really curious about money, I would recommend, I don't know if, I sent you a video earlier this week, David, on the Greatest Depression. All right. I made that video in 2009. It was filmed. Okay. I was in Hungary. All right. And I was speaking at Professor Anatoly Fekete's Gold Standard University. All right. In Hungary. This is 2009. This is around after the markets had collapsed in 2008. Okay. Which I had predicted. In fact, the professor had read my book and thought enough of it to ask me to come to his conference, which Martha and I did in 2007. Yeah, we had gone through in 2007. And in 2009, when I was giving that talk called The Greatest Depression, I predicted that we were headed for a catastrophic event that was going to make the 1930s look like a walk in the park. All right. And I still believe that. What delayed it from happening then was something that the Fed had done 3 months before I gave the talk. They introduced something called quantitative easing, which they had never done before. The only way that central banks controlled the game of credit before, essentially, was to raise the cost of interest. All right. You and most everybody who's watching this think that we're in a free market. Now, I have suspicions that the market isn't as free as we think, but we believe this is a free market. And compared to socialist markets, it is. All right? Okay, but it's not free. And let me give you my distinction. In a free market economy, the cost of goods is determined by supply and demand. Cost of goods and services, supply and demand. Supply and demand. Okay? A lot of supply, price goes down. Small supply, high demand, price goes up. This is why the American Medical Association cut a deal with the U.S. government in return for the government promising to allow them to restrict the number of medical schools in the United States. One of the reasons that healthcare costs so much in the United States, far more than anywhere else around the world, is because of this deal the AMA cut with the government. All right? And then the medical industry decided to keep us in line, and they go around and they do these little focus groups with Americans. And they find out how we think, how we see the world. And then when they do that, they craft the message to us in such a way that to frame what they want, we believe it's what we want too. All right? Around and scared the bejesus out of Americans that if we voted a government supported medical industry, that we would lose our freedom. Wasn't that it? Wasn't that how they sold it to us? You want to be free? You're going to not choose your doctor. There's going to be death threats. There's going to be life and death panels. Okay, now I want to tell you something. There are life and death panels, and they're run by the insurance companies. They have these little algorithms, these third-party things that if you have a life-threatening disease, they send it to them, and based on their algorithm, they deny you or give you the benefits that they wanted based on a cost basis, adjusted cost basis. All right? The same people who told us that we would lose our freedom did the same thing to us, except they're making money. And the reason they told us we're going to lose our freedom is that if we approved a government-funded medical system, they'd be cut out in the middle. And yet they sold it to us. And we bought it. Lock, stock, and barrel. Americans have the highest medical costs in the world, the highest cost for drugs in the world. Probably drugs in the United States are probably 5 times what they are in Europe, anywhere else around the world. You can go to Mexico and get them cheaper, far cheaper. You can go to Canada far cheaper. But here in the land of the free, I call it the land of the fools. Not that we're fools, but that we have been fooled. We pay far more than anybody else. And the rate of medical bankruptcies is probably the highest reason that we're in bankruptcy. Okay? So this is how the game is set up. And I like that distinction. We are not fools, but we have been fooled. And we're outnumbered. No, we're in the majority. But we are in a majority that's been corralled by a focused interest group that's making off of our being fooled. And they've done it quite well. Just like with climate change. Climate change. All right? I became aware of the consequences of climate change, David, probably in the early 1990s. Because I am into watching what goes on around the world. All right? And what my first thing about it was that in the early 1990s, the late 1980s, European insurance companies began to study what climate change was going to do to their bottom line. I mean, these guys insure against disasters. That's their business. Their business is taking premiums as much as they can and limiting their payout. Okay? And that's their business. And they saw that if temperatures kept rising, it was going to affect their payouts. And they began investigating what were going to be the consequences, because they had already seen by the 70s, 80s that it was getting hotter. And they knew because of carbon emissions. It was the only thing that was changing. You pump CO2 into the air, the place gets warmer because it can't absorb it, and things start happening. Well, the EU was into this and started doing it. Did that happen here? No. Was there an awareness of climate change here? Yes. What happened to the awareness of climate change in the United States vis-a-vis Europe? Well, let me tell you something about Europe. They have no oil. They don't pump any oil. All right? They were getting all their oil out of the Middle East. It was real close to them. Okay? Russia had a ton of over there, just, their neighbor. But they weren't producing any of it. So they didn't have a lobby fooling their countries, the population, saying, hey, climate change is bullshit. In the United States, we had a lobby. We have a lobby. All out of Texas. Some in Oklahoma, some in New Mexico now because they're fracking. Huge energy lobby. Wealthy. So when they saw the issues of climate change happening, they went right to work. Successfully. And we did nothing. And now, what was it? Oxnard, California, I just read this morning. They had 1 month's worth of rain in an hour. Okay? Now, 20 years ago, that would have made it to the front page of the news. Today it doesn't.
Yeah.
Because it's all over the world. All right?
Yep. Yeah, the Wi-Fi. So, I don't know, Darryl. I just want to interrupt. I don't know if there's a Wi-Fi issue on your end or my end, but if for some reason I get disconnected because I'm on a satellite, so if I get interrupted, just keep going, and I'll get back to the conversation.
It may be too, because usually I'm plugged into Ethernet, but I'm on Wi-Fi out here.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So
yep.
We don't, we have no idea where the primary cause is, though we are aware of possible consequences. Okay.
Well,
anyway,
I don't want to go off on a tangent on climate change because we'll be talking for 4 hours. But I don't have my list in front of me, but I'd like to stay on the bank segment and how we were going to bring it back to the beginning.
Well, what people don't realize, because nobody knows more than they know, and everybody's just sort of walking around in a matrix, in a box that they've been born into. All right? But that box got built by someone. The bankers built the box. And what most people don't know, there was one of the primary reasons for the American Revolution was the banks. Okay? Our revolution happened in, 1776? Okay. Well, who had colonies in the United States? Who ran, except the poor Indians, right? Like, they were here. All right. And then these motherfuckers came in and just took over the game. All right. But who sent them here and who had the government here? England. In what is now the United States, there were English colonies. Okay. Now, what we call central banking, the modern central banking, happened first in England in 1690. 80 years before the American Revolution, central banking appeared in England. Now, what was central banking? Before central banking, money was something of value, generally. Silver and gold, or something. Even places where it was salt, it had value. Okay? In fact, what I'm saying, David, because this is how I got off on a tangent, for people who are seriously interested in money, go to my website and look at my current commentary. I posted that. I changed it today. So in the top of my website, it's a thing called current commentary. and in my talk that I gave in Hungary in 2009, because I explained money there. Okay, I explained it, and what I'm saying is, what changed in England and what caused the American Revolution later was the appearance of bankers as a class unto themselves in the life of the nation. The word banker didn't even come along until 1690, when England formed, allowed bankers, or this money lenders, to establish the Bank of England, a central bank. Well, what was different about that? Not only was it the first real central bank of its kind, the Swedish had a central bank, but it wasn't the same thing, is that they were allowed to issue money in the form of debt. Wow. Now, David, would you take money that was an IOU as debt over real money? No. You'd be a fool to. You go and work your ass off, dig a hole for some rich guy, and you come home and your wife goes, "Where's your money? Because we got to put it aside." And you hand her an IOU. And she'd go, "You goddamn asshole. I knew you were drinking last night, but what the hell is this?" And you go, "It's money." She's, "Fuck you. Take that down to the bank and get real money with it." And you go, "Well, they told me I could get real money with it, but So you go down to the bank the next day and you go to the Bank of England, give them that paper that says 1 sterling pound, and they'll give you gold. And they did. They gave you enough gold to cover that money. And you can't come home and you tell your wife, "See, you fucking bitch, don't keep screaming at me or work my ass off, yell at me. This is real money." Well, you know what? She was right. It wasn't money the way she thought it was and you thought it was. It was a form of debt backed by real money, gold and silver. And eventually, you hear about Gresham's law. Eventually, bad money drives out good. This is where it came from. In the beginning, they gave you gold and silver for that piece of pound note, sterling pound note. That was back in 1700. You try and take that piece of paper down to the Bank of England now and get gold and silver for it. If you get really mad, they'll call the police and have you arrested. All right? Bad money drove out good. Okay? Now, by the time the United States, the Revolutionary War, when it started happening, Thomas Jefferson, who was a lot smarter than most of the fucking people whirling around here who use the name about our Constitution. They don't fucking understand it any more than they in the high school when they're supposed to. Now it rolls off their lips like they know it. All right? When they put that Constitution together, and Thomas Jefferson, the leading founding father, he wanted freedom from the English yoke over the colonies because they were living off America, the colonies. They were taking our goods and services and squeezing us and making us pay taxes. This is what England did around the world. This was called the British Empire. The only difference was the Americans here weren't used to it, being screwed. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody else around the world was used to being screwed. But when the British rolled into them, the empire was forced down their throat at the point of a gun. The settlers here, the colonists, came over here trying to get a better life. So they didn't have a gun pointed at them like or in India or in China or in Africa or in South America or wherever else the British had their empire and forced people to take their money, which the British bankers leveraged. And they couldn't do themselves. So this is where the deal of money was so important. And in 1760, the American colonists did something else that nobody could do until probably 150 years later in the British Crown colonies, is revolted. It revolted against the British successfully. To keep their franchise, the British sent in their navy and they sent in their army, and the Americans beat them. A ragtag bunch of settlers. Now, what was the fight about? Thomas Jefferson said this. He said, if we allow bankers, like the British bankers, to take control of our money, we're going to end up homeless and the banks owning everything. He was right. Our homelessness problem in America is greater than almost any country in the world, except England. England has a higher percentage of homeless than us. And they're the ones who started. Yeah. They started the banking industry, the central banking industry.
It's an embarrassment.
That's true. It's a statement of fact. And it's going to get worse after this next collapse.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to get worse. The biggest buyers of single homes in the United States in the last 2 years was Wall Street Bank.
Yeah.
Who was going around buying up? I live in Tucson. There's a lot of people living, just this ain't a rich community. And the ones who have the least live in trailer parks. And you know who's been buying up the trailer parks in the last year? Wall Street banks. Wall Street banks. So what I want to say at this, as we're in Christmas season, that better times are coming. But there's a price that's going to have to be paid. Because what we're about to see in the next few years is the depression that I predicted in 2009 in that talk. Go to my website. There it is, The Greatest Depression. View it. It's around an hour and 15 minutes. And I explain money. And I explain how this happened. And they delayed the start. They did delay the depression with QE. Trillions of dollars of free credit to the banks. The ones that own your ass. All right? There is a matrix. But it isn't who everybody thinks it is. Because they even got everybody freaked out here and they pointed you in the wrong direction. All right? And everybody bought it. Because it's like a game, a shell game. Where look over there, look over here, but never look at where it really is. Because they have all the power. And now we're in it. But I tell you, the idea that we could change things is a bit absurd, having no power. Okay? The difference, David, is that I didn't have any power either. But I grew up in a generation that looked at it in a way that nobody else did. The 60s was something else. And they made damn sure it was never going to happen in the country again. They went after the educational system, after the student revolts, in a way that has left this country stupid and uneducated and not questioning. They loaded up the kids with so much homework. And the one thing they didn't want the kids to do was to think for themselves. Because when the 60s happened, and they wanted our generation to go to fight their goddamn war in Vietnam for freedom, we knew it wasn't for freedom. We knew it was for the military-industrial complex. All right? To keep it going. And we weren't about to die for them. They called themselves the country. Patriotism. Well, they owned the country. But to us, we knew they weren't the country. To us, the United States of America was a system of principles of freedom that was really new in 1776. And 200 years later, that idea of freedom, we became the largest empire in the world. We became the world's largest oppressor through military and economics. That's what's happened in the last 200 years. Now, in my view, what I see is happening is their run at the table of luck is over. They've had a tremendous run. They ended up not only owning England's ass, they ended up owning the colony that got away, America. All right? And what they did is, we may have gotten away for 110 years, 120 years, but in 1913, they got a bunch of industrialists to basically take over a coup in the United States. And they put in the US Federal Reserve, a carbon copy of the Bank of England in the United States. And it worked. And now England was, at the time it happened, England had an empire all over the world. And because they gave America access to that same little mechanism, we did the same damn thing the English did. We took over the world in the name of freedom. We call it freedom. Hey, you talking to the South American countries that had to pay us off. You talk about to all the countries where our corporations just exploited everybody about freedom. There wasn't freedom. It was economic control and oppression. All right? And most people still think they're free. They're fools. No, I'm sorry. They've been fooled. There's a difference between a fool and somebody being fooled. The odds were stacked against people growing up in your generation. I used to blame people for thinking the way they think. I don't anymore. They were outnumbered. They just didn't stand a chance. They didn't stand a chance. And the difference is that what I see as a catastrophe, what most people see as a catastrophe, which is coming, it's coming real soon. It's going to be huge. I see is what it's going to take jailer to leave the doors open. This is going to be so shattering to the economic system that those boys who've owned the lock and key to your cell and your shackles and your debts and your credit card and your mortgage, they're going to be gone. It's going to be that bad. And I know the United States government is going to do everything in their power to save the banks, because they always have. Why? Because without the banks loaning the money, they can't operate. But this is going to be so bad that it's going to take everyone out. And then a better world is going to happen. It's our only hope. It's our only hope. Is a collapse of the present system. And after the collapse, it's going to be a whole lot better. Because people can be free together. People of different beliefs can be free together. We can work it out on a personal level. But with the boys in the middle, with their checkbook, controlling what we see, read, and think and feel, it's brought us to this present catastrophe about to happen. The title of my talk in 2009 was The Greatest Depression. I thought it was ironic that I put that talk that I made in 2009 in my website under current commentary. Current commentary. The talk I gave in 2009, I now believe is front and center. Facing America. And I know, on my website, I got a fear and greed index. You know where that index is? It's at greed.
Oh, yeah.
6 months ago, they were scared shitless. Now it's
2 months ago.
Yeah. Now it's at greed because the interest rates are going, because inflation is going down. What they don't realize is the damage what inflation did.
Oh, yeah.
And it's something that the central bankers can't fix. All right? It's something beyond their power. They delayed the Greatest Depression with QE and the massive amount of quantitative easing that they did, first in 2009 and on, and then when COVID hit, they had to make it far worse. They gave money away. And I tell you, I used to joke in 2007, if you're working at Circle K and making $13 an hour, and a banker just gave you a mortgage for $300,000, there's something wrong. And he's grinning at you. There's something really wrong. All right? And in 2020, they outdid themselves. They gave money away and didn't even check on what you were doing with it. And let me tell you, they weren't doing it for you, even though you got the money. They were doing it for themselves. And what has happened is
It's called a Ponzi scheme.
It's the Ponzi scheme is coming home to roost. They're trying to dial it back. Right now, if you've got a home in America, and let's say that house, that home you've got is worth, let's say, call it $500,000. Okay? In 2019, that $500,000 house would have listed for $350,000. And yet, 2 years later, it's at $500,000. You can't find somebody to buy it now because they can't.
Are your taxes going up?
Not yet. But
really?
It doesn't matter.
Your insurance going up? Yeah.
Oh, insurance is, because that's government.
Yeah.
All right. But the thing is this: is that they don't control it. They did what they had to do because of the crises. If they didn't institute quantitative easing,
it would have fallen apart.
Give the money away during, it would have fallen apart. So the fact that you got a Christmas tree, I got a Christmas tree, what they done. You know?
Well, that's not my Christmas tree, for full disclosure.
Okay. Well, this is ours. All right. And so the deal is that we live in an experience that's bigger than us. We're in a context, which is what I want to bring back to the Matrix. All right. The difference between my view of the Matrix and your generation's view of the Matrix is, I believe, the Matrix is benign. Not only is the Matrix, there's only one Matrix here. All right. And it's the universe. Now, there's a little bunch of minor matrices: government, bankers, collusions of government bankers. Those are minor matrices. Those are small-level matrices. All right? But the big matrix, the background against which this all happens, is the... And way before I started studying money, David, and I got pretty good at money. I mean, I got pretty damn good at money. All right? I was studying what came to be known as the matrix. But I came to it an entirely different point of view than your generation did. Your generation viewed the Matrix because of the movie, which pointed out something that was sort of in people's subconscious, that there's something going on here that I'm not in control of, that's manipulated, that I'm the effect of. That's true. There is something that you're not in control of that's manipulating things that you're the effect of. But there's something even bigger than that the Matrix that's controlling you and that's trying to manipulate you and get you to do what it wants you to do. They're at the effect, and they're not in control of it. All right? And I know that. And that's why this camper here, who is otherwise the most cynical person on the planet with facts to back it up, believe that this is going to turn out really well for humanity. But I believe it's going to take a catastrophic collapse of the present system to get there. That's what it's going to take, because they're not going to give up of their own accord.
Oh, no.
They have
No.
no,
No.
and they have
What
they own the
what
system.
what king has ever willingly given up their crown?
No, no one. They never do
You
because
have to kill them.
they're in control. Yeah, or no, you don't. They you don't have to kill them this time. That's the difference. And
Well, let me
because
ask you.
you've always had to kill, because you've always had to kill the crown to get control of the crown, who had the wherewithal to do it, General? Some motherfucker who
The
wanted that crown
insider.
for himself.
Yeah, the insiders. Yeah.
Or his nephew, his kid, or somebody knew his wife, the queen, who said, you know, that motherfucking asshole, we can get this for ourselves. I got some friends, you know, and we don't talk about it, but we know what an asshole that guy you're sleeping with. All right? Now, isn't it a lot better when you sleep with me?
Honey, if you love me, you'll kill him.
We're going to run the we're going to run the goddamn thing. That's how it always has happened. Some asshole's been replaced by another asshole. And that's why the saying goes, nothing ever changes.
Nothing new under the sun. Yeah. Hey, well, let me
change, Dave.
Well, some people have asked in the comments and in leading up to this, what is your view on Bitcoin and digital currency in lieu of gold?
Yeah. All right. Okay. Now, I came into this game about money. I really did. All right. Way before Bitcoin came into being. In fact, let me tell you some history about Bitcoin. Bitcoin released in January 2009. All right. Didn't exist before then. And in the Genesis block code of Bitcoin was a very cryptic message about Aleister Darling and the Bank of England, and about a bailout of the banks. So Bitcoin's very genesis was a part of what I was already talking about. I didn't expect Bitcoin to come along, all right? But I expected the banks in England and Aleister Darling to bail out the banks in January 2009, which is what they did. The bailout referred by in the blockchain Genesis fucking code in 2009 was directly tied to the government bailout of the financial system in England. So whoever put it together was of that English, not in the United States. They were really well aware of it. All right? Now, the naivete, because everybody's naive until it grows up, is that you could, because the belief in 2009 among the people who were aware of money, and only a few were, okay? And I was pretty much talking to those few, the gold and silver people. The Bitcoin people were young, tech-oriented people. All right? Different crowd. But both of us knew one thing. Governments fucked up money. Why? They couldn't resist printing more than they had. Their ability to do that started in 1223, 24 in China. 1,000 years ago, David. Next week, in a week and a half, we're going to hit the 1,000-year anniversary of paper money. All right? In 1223, there was no paper money. In 1224, paper money appeared in China. And if you want to know how that happened, go to my website and listen to the talk I made in 2009 called The Greatest Depression. I talk about it. So we're about at the 1,000-year anniversary. And what we've learned in this intervening 1,000 years is that government can't control itself. Why? Mainly, it's always been after empire. Governments want power. And how do they get power? Well, you take somebody else's power. If you already control the ones in your country, yeah. And wars are expensive unless you win. All right. That was the thing about England. When the bankers sold England on the idea that he could print paper money, they loaned the king money. Why? Because he had all these war debts, fighting his relatives in Europe who were after his crown and he was after theirs. So they gave King William III money a loan to pay off his debts and a loan to put his navy together. England was the only country that could go to war in credit. And they won each war until, except for the United States, until the World War I happened, and it was so big they couldn't fund it, and the whole world went off the gold standard. But they kept the paper, because you got to print paper to have a war. All right? So that's the skinny. And now we owe so much money, it can never be repaid. The only thing that's happening in the interim is printing more money until people lose faith in it. So Bitcoin comes along and goes, government's the problem. See? Look what they did with the money. That was 2009. Never appeared before. Now, are they right? In the first year, the price of a Bitcoin was 3/1000th of a dollar. It was a minuscule part of a penny. Why? Because Bitcoin of itself has no value. All right? And they went, well, neither does the dollar. And the euro.
The value in
And the
Bitcoin, yeah, the value in the Bitcoin is that it's only limited to 21 million coins.
Big fucking deal.
Which is more
fucking deal. Big fucking deal.
That's the only limitation.
A valueless instrument that is limited in its ability to reproduce. Why did they make that a value? Because the problem with governments and money is they did ad infinitum. So Bitcoin came along and go, you know what? This ain't worth shit either. And neither is your dollar, neither is your euro, and neither is your yen, and neither is your fucking franc. But the difference is these are limited. No more than $21 million of worthless shit can be replicated. And people go, yeah, this is money, without thinking that it's still worth shit. Nothing's behind it. No gold, no silver, no shit.
Well, it could be another Ponzi.
Except the idea, it's a new Ponzi scheme. 10 years later, look what happened with FTX. Look what happened with all these scammers. Look what happened. Let me tell you something about human nature. Governments, as we all know, are prone to certain behaviors. All right? Because they hold the power. Well, human nature is prone to the same thing. Neither you nor I, nor any citizen likes rules. And we really don't like it when governments start making a whole lot of rules. But I'll tell you something about human nature. Those rules came up because some motherfucker in the middle of the night got drunk and came over and grabbed your daughter and raped her and said, fuck you. Come after me. All right? Come after me. Or they came over and stole what you had. And they said, come after me, you little punk. See if you can come and take it back. And you couldn't. You couldn't. So that's how rules came up. Now, when we got too many rules, we begin to think all rules are off the table. We should have no rules. Humans can be free. Yeah, that's a great concept. You know my joke about libertarians are? And I hate rules. I hate government. I've done time. All right? I've done 10 years in prison. Most of these punks talking about freedom. I understand it. But let me tell you something. When my joke about libertarians is this, and I know a lot of libertarians as a default thought. Do libertarians believe in crosswalks? You know what my answer is? Depends if they're driving a car or walking. You get that, David? You get that
Got
distinction? All right. That's where it is. Now, we are in a context not to our liking. That's the basic ground of being of every human being on this planet. Everyone here alive at this time thinks in some way or manner it's fucked. The people who are refugees in Venezuela trying to get to the United States, because I read somewhere this family said, we make $4 a month and a pound of meat costs $4.
Yeah.
All right? They're scrambling across the border trying to get here. Almost 20% of humanity is on the move. Migrants on the move. No one likes to leave their land, their family. But they do when war and money and necessity makes it that you just can't survive it. So no one is happy on this planet. All right? Basically, even the rich got their bit. You know? What is it? People with $1 million, they don't think they're rich anymore? It is. And I'm going to say, oh, you're nasty. You're crazy. And show them how compared. But they don't feel rich. The game is up in the air. But let me tell you, the game is up in the air because the house is making a move. The house is making a move. One of the rules in the casino of life is free will, is choices. You can believe anything you want. You can say certain things, but somebody may throw you in prison for it. I mean, certainly in Russia, they will do you. Okay? In Russia, they will do you. And in China, they'll do you really quick. And then same ones in Iran, if you say shit about Muhammad. All right? And the same ones in the fucking South. If you say something about Jesus that one of them doesn't like, or you write a book, you think you're making fun, that's what people who believe get a hair up their ass about people who believe otherwise. So everyone here is a little uptight. The one thing that everybody agrees on generally is that, one, there's a problem, and two, somebody else is responsible, and it's that other person. It's someone else that's causing the problem, and it's someone else who believes differently than I do. Because if everybody believed like me, this place would work. Because I have good motive. Well, you know what? The deal ain't up. That ain't on the table. But that's the deal. Well, we all have free will. And what humanity tries to do is take that free will away from people who think differently, believe differently, and act differently, and look different. That's humanity. Well, we learn something through free will. All right? The thing you learn through free will is you get to do mistakes. Now, all of us hate making mistakes. And let me tell you something. At the age of 79, I have come to the conclusion that what we learned the most from is a mistake. All right? I don't know anybody who made it out of the gate without making a mistake. All right? And they, the ones who survived their mistakes got stronger. The ones who didn't, well, they had to learn something else. So everyone's here is making mistakes. And that's what free will is. It's a school. It's a learning process. Well, we as a race of sentient beings on this planet spinning around the sun, are about to make a mistake that the universe is not going to allow us to do. And that's to destroy the planet. You didn't want to talk about climate change. I'm going to bring it back front and center. You can talk about 4 hours. I don't care. I got 10 minutes. And I'll tell you this. We've about destroyed it. We've about destroyed this fucking place. This place is a miracle. And now we've got forever chemicals running around. It's a fucking miracle. Whales are choking on plastic. We're burning down the forest. We're fucking it miracle up big time. And you know what? We think we're conscious and the universe isn't. That's how stupid we are. But that's part of the matrix, where we think we're the only awareness that exists. That's not true. The universe, which created us, is more aware than we are. Far more aware. And it's not going to allow us to do what we're headed to do. And it's going to pull the plug and flip this game inside out. That's where we're headed. Now, you know what? I'm all for it. Because I know we're about to destroy the place. I know we're about to destroy each other. We're supposed to be the smartest, sentient, the smartest, what consciousness that? You know how many people we kill? The murders that we have? Most of our money goes to weapons. Even at the beginning of the 18th century, most of the people who died in war were armies. 19th century, it started shifting. 20th century, most of the people who died in war were civilians. And now, they're all civilians, except for a few at the top. 17,000 died in Gaza in the last 3 weeks. How many of them are fighters? Oh, we don't know. That's why 17,000 died. And we just treat it like normal. Except people are dying. Left to our own devices with our own free will, we're killing each other and the planet. You know what? The universe is not unaware. And we're going to find that out. We are going to find that out. People talk about superstition. And we believe that superstition is like a belief of an olden age that's been proven to be wrong. All right? I believe that modern day humanity is also prone to superstition. And because everybody believes in superstition, we don't believe it's superstition. We believe it's right. Just like when we thought the world was flat, you were part of the majority. And if you didn't, you could get killed for thinking otherwise. That's humanity. That's humanity for you. Kill you for thinking this damn thing isn't flat. And now we believe now. Now the truth of the matter is, David, I don't know if it's round or flat. If I was born then, I would think the world's flat. Look flat. Everybody thought it was flat. It's flat. What's this asshole talking about it being round? When the hell did he come up with that? And now we think the total opposite. Now, it's flat to me. But I've seen a lot of pictures. Oh, it's all round, a lot of the other stuff. But people go, you know what? There's all conspiracy. He made up those pictures. It's Photoshop. Photoshop. There's no ring around Uranus. The only thing around Uranus is hair. It's all Photoshop. They did this. They did this to us. Really? Really? Yeah. Look. Here, check this out. Read this. My God, I never knew. Woo! Spooky, isn't it? Well, the universe is conscious. The universe produced this. We are a part of this living, breathing, alive vastness who have gotten disconnected from it. That's where the Matrix got us. We got disconnected. And we went along with it. And we had to try and fight our way back. And some of us have been more successful than others, but there's no blame. But the universe is not going to allow a dissociated part of itself that doesn't know its connection to the wholeness to destroy a part of it. And before it does, things are going to change. Now, these may appear to you to be the rantings of a madman. They are certainly rantings, and they are certainly words from somebody who's rather mad. But the point is, I started looking at this game about money and good at it. And I could explain money in a way that other people couldn't. All right? And years before I did that, because this is where we started in the Haight-Ashbury, I dropped acid and became a hippie. And we started looking at this game too from a totally different point of view. I saw what other people see as the matrix, and I discovered it on my own. I discovered it on my own, just like I discovered collateralized debt obligations on my own. I discovered it on my own, just like I discovered repo facilities on my own that most people know nothing about. I discovered a lot of this stuff on my own because I was curious. And my curiosity has led me to the thing where I think I understand money in a way that other people don't understand money. And I think I understand reality in a way that other people don't understand reality. And I understand why people see it the way they do. Because I used to see money the way they did. I used to see reality the way they did. And one thing I learned tonight is that I wasn't a fool, and neither are other people, but I was fooled. That's the difference. I woke up. I woke up. I was prodded. I think it was my destiny. I didn't wake up willingly. All right. I mean, our whole generation in the 60s, we went somewhere else. And everybody, oh, these poor kids fucked themselves up. You know, there was an article written about the 60s generation, 10 years later, and it was stunning what the writer said. He said, what was amazing is a lot of these kids just dropped out and they never fulfilled the promise that they could. They're going to college, they're doing this, and now they're not doing any of this stuff. And what he found amazing was very few regretted it. Very few regretted it. I'm 78. One of my oldest friends, I met him in my restaurant in Berkeley in 1971. I had no idea in 1971 that he had graduated from MIT with a degree as an architect and had been a Woodrow Wilson Fellow in Italy. Woodrow Wilson, that's pretty high, and never did a damn thing with that in his life. Everybody go, oh, what a shame. Ask him. No. He had a totally different kind of life. Not what he expected, but wasn't ashamed that other people might think. We were handed the world, our generation was, on a platter. In the 60s, that generation came up. We had gone to college. All we had to do was take the civil service exam. We'd have the houses. We'd have the condos. But we didn't. We didn't. And we paid the price. But in our mind, David, we got something back that was priceless. And now we understand everybody who didn't get off that track because it wasn't there. It wasn't there. They didn't have an out. Life set another thing for them. But all I can say is this, and this is what you're hearing tonight from somebody who did go off the rails. I'm watching the wreck. And as I said in Munich at one of my talks, as we were headed then for what I thought was economic disaster, which we're headed for now, I said, in a slow motion train wreck is fascinating, even if you're on the train. Why I feel positive about it is that this train wreck is our only hope. We of ourselves are not making the right decisions. We of ourselves are not seeing the right thing. We of ourselves are not doing it. But something bigger than what appears to be the matrix. And it's moving. And it's moving at a level that we can't see and don't know. But it is. And it's going to get better because it doesn't have selfishness and power as its motivation. It has preservation of this thing that we call life at its core. Life. And, I could be wrong. I don't think so.
But
I could be wrong about
the only challenge, Darryl, is that's over there. You still got to go through the minefield.
True. But the difference is this.
So you might not make it.
When I was younger, no. I believe, this is what I believe. When I was talking about a dream and waking up and you don't know that it's a dream until you wake up? In the dream state that we're in the state that we call our collective consciousness and our reality, that we share and believe is true and looks real and experiences real, it appears, David, that all sentient beings, we're temporary. Because why? We live, we were born, live, we die, and what the fuck knows that happens there? And that the context, the earth, keeps going on. This stage, this venue. What I believe is this, David, and I believe this with all my soul and all my heart, that no, we are the eternal ones. This venue, this stage is temporary. When Regina, I was interviewed on Gaia. I don't know if you ever saw that interview, okay? And I was interviewed on Gaia in 2022. And she wanted to interview me on the book I had written in 2015, Time of the Vulture. That's sort of stunning to be called back and to be, and on a, they have an international community to ask me questions about Time of the Vulture. And Time of the Vulture was a concept that came to me in 1991. And in 1991, I heard these words, David. That's a long time ago. Okay. I heard these words, and these were the words. In times of expansion, it is to the hare the prize goes. Quick, risk-taking and bold, his qualities are exactly suited to the times. In times of a contraction, however, the tortoise is favored. Quick only to retract his vulnerable head and neck. His is the wisest bet, when the slow and sure is preferable to the quick and easy. There comes a time, however, when neither the hare nor the tortoise is the victor. This is the time of the vulture. And the vulture feeds neither upon the stored up wealth of the bear or the pastures of the bull, which lie buried deep beneath the rubble of economic collapse. The vulture instead feeds upon the blind denial and ignorance of the ostrich. The time of the vulture is at hand. I heard those words in 1991. I had been meditating like a motherfucker. And those words came to me and I wrote them down. There was no sign of an economic collapse then. But what I want to say something is this. You found me years later after I had done all my work. The talk that I gave, that's on my website, that I gave in 2009, I had in 2007 called Time of the Vulture, which Regina at Gaia.com interviewed me on in 2022 on the site. And, so I've been at this a while. And nobody can convince me of something I don't believe, and I don't expect to be convinced of anybody of something they don't believe. But what I do believe is this. The one thing that we all believe is what we think is true may or may not be true. Yeah, we may fight to the death about believing it is true. All right. But we all sort of know that it's like that dream. It's sort of tenuous. Okay. And the only thing I can hope for or say is that the words I've spoken, I don't expect anybody to believe. But all I'm doing is putting them out there. Because what I believe is we are going to go through the shitter, apparent shitter, as it were. But it's going to be better on the other side. I recently rewatched that talk that I gave in 2009. And this is a bit from it. Because when I wrote my book in 2007, published it, predicting an economic collapse, that happened a year and a half later. There was something in the foreword I had written in the original copy, and I took it out because I know there's all this political correctness about race. Okay, there is. People are sensitive about it. I gotta understand why. And in the foreword, I had written something like from Mark Twain. Okay, remember Jim the Slave and all that shit, being on the paddle boat in Mississippi. Well, this is my version of what I wrote in the introduction to Time of the Vulture. Missy, I seen it. It's horrible what I seen. No, it's not. Missy, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. What you seen, Jim? This is, what you seen? What was beautiful? I seen Beulah. I seen Beulah. It was beautiful. It was beautiful, Missy. I never seen it before, but it was beautiful. It's just like they said it was. So why are you worried, Jim? Because, Missy, between us and Beulah was the River Jordan. Well, what's wrong, Jim? Missy, the River Jordan's running high. I've never seen it run this high. And I don't know if we can get across. I don't know if we can get across. That was from the introduction to Time of the Vulture that I took out. And what I was saying was, the future is extraordinary. But whether we get across or not is problematical. But what you said, we may not make it, and that's true, because everything's up in the air. But I want to say something about that. I now believe that it's a superstition shared by almost everybody on the planet that we are not eternal. I believe we are eternal. And I believe that from the bottom of my heart. When Regina asked me, Darryl, what can you leave our viewers with about what you see? What do you want to say? And these words came to me in that period, in the 1980s, early 90s. And this is what they were. We are eternal lights passing through temporal darkness. We cannot be harmed. We are love itself. When we die, only the present iteration of us dies. It's like your little webcam goes out, flickers off. But then the current comes back on and you're in another place. There's another part of you that has a webcam that's somewhere else. And you go, holy shit, wow, how did that happen? I thought I was a goner. And you did think you were a goner. And you may have experienced something that snapped your life cord to this present plane. But I absolutely believe that the life that created us did so forever.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And I kind of want to streamline that into you sent me a document, and I really liked what you wrote about affirmations, because I don't know if you want to talk about, obviously, like you said, you went to prison. That was a pretty dark period at the beginning. And how can you talk about how you've handled these challenges? I mean, Darryl, you're not homeless. You're not dead. You're not on, like, you came out pretty good for the challenges you've had to face.
Well, let me give you some context of it, because I was going to frame it. Because where I was privileged was in the Hash period, what happened to my generation. I was right there. Okay. That happened in the 1960s, United States. In 1966, I was a first-year student at Hastings College of the Law in San Francisco. All right? The war was on. I was a political radical, and I already saw that the odds were stacked, not in my favor. I was bitter. I was uptight, and they were trying to draft all the kids in my high school that dropped that didn't go on to college came back dead. Most of them. They were shot. All right. Boom. Didn't graduate, didn't go to college, in the Army. Or you had to go to Canada. Or you had to be a draft dodger. You had to do something. You were fucking fodder. So this is 66. So I'm there in San Francisco. I know this is going on. I'm pretty uptight. Okay. And I'm at the Hastings College of Law in San Francisco. My friend Marshall, he's in a lot of the stuff I write about. He's been a friend of my life through that. Marshall's the guy who did that movie Dodgeball and We're the Millers and Red whatever and CIA. Ross and Marshall Thurber. Okay, I knew the original Marshall Thurber, his dad. So Marshall and I meet in 66 at Hastings College of Law, and Marshall and I hit it off. I mean, we hit it off. Okay. Marshall's full of vim and vigor and wants to change the world, and I am uptight. All right. I don't want to do squat. I want to get away. And Marshall was editing the Hastings Law School newspaper in January. Okay. And he said, Darryl, I want you to write an article. Fuck this shit. I didn't want to write an article. Most people would give their eye teeth to write an article in a law school newspaper. You know, I was just, hell, I'm not going to do it. So I finally wrote an article. Marshall put my article on the front page of Voir Dire, which is Hastings Law School newspaper, not the Onion, all right, which is where it sort of belonged. Because the article in the headlines, where I have a copy on my desk, said this: church liable for acts of God. I mean, that's heresy. An act of God is any event, it's a natural disaster of earthquake, fire, tsunami, something of such a magnitude that no one is responsible for. That's called an act of God. And that's a tenet of tort law. My article said the church is liable for acts of God. And I said, listen, God would not allow an injustice in his name. Now, it's clear that he allows a lot of injustices, but they're not called acts of God. That's a special category. And I said, a just God would never allow this. I said, and its proof is we just haven't found the solution. And the solution is all around us. There are institutions that are legally recognized as agents, and they get tax deductions for being agents of this God. And they're richer than shit. Which is why, if an act of God happens, you should, add up your expenses and go down and serve the local pastor of that church. And they owe it to you. Why? Because they're an agent of the church. You don't, if you're suing Southern Pacific, you don't have to go and find out in Delaware and go. No, you can go down to the local agent of the Southern Pacific, serve them the papers, and they're served. So I made that same argument on paper. Well, when the dean read it, he threatened to kick Marshall out of school, and he threatened to shut down student government if that paper went out to the alumni. Because I know, in retrospect, what would have happened. All these alumni, these lawyers in San Francisco, these rich fucks making all this money would have read this alumni newspaper, which they don't. They usually throw them away. As alumni, they get them. If they had read this, they would have picked up the phone to the dean, and said, what the hell are you running down there? An insane asylum? Well, Marshall didn't get kicked out of school. The newspaper was never distributed. I dropped out of school. And the next year, I'm running the food concessions at the Avalon Ballroom. All right? My law school class graduated in 1969. When they were, now the Avalon Ballroom was far preferable to Hastings Law School. Grateful Dead, Janis Joplin, Country Joe and the Fish. I mean, it was on. And I was right there. I was living on Haight Street. I was working at Avalon. And the year that my law school class graduated, 69, 3-year curriculum, they were graduating. I was in San Francisco County Jail for selling acid. Boom. Okay, 1969. 10 years later, I'm not living on Haight Street anymore. I'm living on Union Street, a very nice upscale section of San Francisco. Very expensive, the foot of Pacific Heights. All right. I am on Dianne Feinstein's China Committee. I have an import-export company called Newman and Schoon. We have ads in Architectural Digest, and we import hand-knotted Chinese silk and wool rugs, and we're distributing them all across the United States. The previous year, I had met with the board of directors of McDonnell Douglas about an offset trade deal. In 1969, I had presidential invitations to attend the Washington, D.C. reception for Deng Xiaoping, the vice premier of China, and I went. All right? That's 10 years. Why? The way I see it is because in 1973, Marshall called me up out of the blue. Now, Marshall and I were in law school together. He was intent on making money. He'd been born and raised in Vermont. Marshall told me they went without shoes in the summer because they needed them in the winter. All right? Marshall was intent on making money. I was a middle-class kid. Fuck money. Hey, my parents, we had a different lifestyle. So we weren't as plugged into it. But Marshall had sent away for a book called The Lazy Man's Way to Riches. All right? $10 money back guarantee. $10 was $50, $60 back in 73. All right? But he had a money back guarantee. Marshall bought the book and he said, Darryl, you got to read it. So I get this book written by a used car dealer. And the used car dealer said, listen, he said, I was going broke and somebody handed me a piece of paper and I did everything on that piece of paper. And now I'm a millionaire. And this is my bank account. This is my bank. You can check with it. He said, I made my money mail order, but this is how I think why it happened. And what I saw was what you now know as affirmations. Affirmations became known when Shakti Galwan wrote her book in around 1980, okay? A few years later. But this is before then. Lazy Man's Way to, they weren't even known as affirmations, but he had the system down. You wrote down what you wanted, used the power of your mind to focus, all right? You imagine what it was. You do it. So Marshall had his deck. I had mine. I had my affirmation on cards. Every night I'd read a card. It said what I wanted. I'd imagine it. Every morning I woke up, saw the card again, imagined it. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. And when we started out, like I said,
you literally just read out what you wanted, like as an example.
Yeah.
God, how would you address it? Okay. Universe, God.
What my address was? No, nothing. I didn't address. It wasn't addressed to anybody. Like I said, he was a used car dealer. Somebody handed him them, and he didn't know why it worked. But he said, this is why I went from the edge of bankruptcy to being a millionaire. He said, the power of the mind. He said, most people, don't know what they want. They have a vague notion of what they want, but they never get specific. So he said, get specific. Write it down. Put it on the card. Okay? And he said, and after you've done writing down what you want, like mine went, my debts are paid off. I have money, blah, blah, blah. I was really poor, so I wanted a lot. I wanted money. And I was a hippie, so I didn't want to work. So I didn't say I have a job. No, I just have money. Okay? So there's my little things. And then Joe Carver said, after you've written down your goals, he said, go through your goals, your list, and see if there's any conflict with another goal. Like, for example, you write down, I am rich, my job pays me everything I want. And your other thing is, I teach for a living. Well, you ain't going to make that kind of money teaching. All right? And Joe said, so choose. Maybe teaching is more important to you. So you don't have, but you make enough money so you can travel, but not that huge amount of money that you're thinking. And he said, plus, don't write something down that you really don't want. Don't write down, I'm making all this money because you can. Maybe you'd be satisfied with a certain amount. Anything more than that is bull. You really don't want that much. And you don't want that responsibility. So very clear on you and see if anything that conflicts with it and eliminate the goals that aren't coherent. Then he said, write them down, put them on a card, say them at night, say them in the morning. And he said, this is the most important thing. And he said, I don't know why, but put them in the present tense. I don't know why. Don't say, I'm going to have a job. Don't say that. Don't say, I'm going to be well. Say, I am well. I am healthy. He said, now, I don't know why, but don't do that. So Marshall had his list. I had my list. 3 years later, Marshall's got a Rolls Royce. He's got a real estate company that is selling more real estate than anybody else in San Francisco. He's on his way to becoming a multimillionaire, and he's living next to Dianne Feinstein. Me, I'm a retired drug dealer, and I got a whole lot of cash. And I'm living on Union Street. And I've got 2 kids, incredible kids. I'm happily married and life is good. All right, 31. And then I'm sitting on Union Street. I mean, you can Google Union Street, San Francisco. It's a very nice street. All right. And I hear these words. David, I'm sitting in my living room. I hear these words. This isn't it. Shit. Now, I didn't go, who the fuck said that? I didn't think that. My thought was, holy shit. Am I supposed to give this up? I mean, I was going to the clinic 5 years before. That was no fun. You know, when Marshall told me he was broke, you know what I told him? I said, Marshall, you're broke in wingtip brogues. I'm broke in flip-flop. There's a difference. And there is. All right? So when I heard those words, this isn't it, my first thought was, oh, shit. I'm supposed to give this crap up. You know, that was the hippie fear of me. All right? Well, Marshall and I had been doing a seminar called the Knowing Seminar. And it was run by a guy named Tom's. And he had a radio program on. And it was sort of simple. If you wanted to know something, David, you'd go by, you close your eyes, get quiet, and you'd ask the question. Ask. No, you don't have to address it. You address it to knowing. A lot of people have problems with God and the universe and stuff like that. It's clean. You just ask. The trip about the question was, for the answer, you waited. You asked the question and you waited for an answer. You didn't think about it. You didn't try it. Oh, it's this. You didn't let your hopes and fears. You just waited for an answer. Well, Marshall and I were taking this seminar at that time. You know, there he is with his real estate company, his Rolls Royce. And I'm living, you know, a couple of doors down, eating at the nicest restaurant in San Francisco with my friends. Life is good for both of us. All right. We're going to this knowing seminar because we're into consciousness. Hippies were into consciousness. Hippies were into what makes this thing go on. Who are we? What is this? Who are? Who am I? What is this? That's what we were into. So I asked the question, what is it? And I was afraid it was going to be, well, you got to live simply, do with less, and, you know, I mean, you know, get a job, get a job, pay taxes. And what happened was, as I asked the question, I'm waiting, and a feeling of peace came over me. Stunning. The feeling was the image that I can convey. It was like being at night on the side of a mountain, and everything was quiet, except the crickets are going, you know, that kind of quiet nature. And across the valley, there was a little house, a cabin, and there was a fire in it, in the fireplace. And I knew that was my house. That was my home. And I wasn't in it. I was on the other side of the valley. But I was totally at peace. I'm totally at peace. I never felt that before. Now, I don't know if you've ever dealt drugs, but if you have, or if any of your friends had, I can assure you, at least my experience was, it's not a peaceful existence. It's like living on the edge. All right? In fact, there was a saying I read, a reading from Tom Robbins. He wrote a book called Another Roadside Attraction, and he made this observation. The difference between an adventurer and a suicide is the adventurer always leaves himself a margin of safety. The narrower the margin, the greater the adventure. All right? My life was not peaceful. It's like living on the edge. And so when I had that feeling of peace, I went, that's what I want. That's what I want. It's 1976. Now, because affirmations, I believe, and Marshall believed, had brought us all this stuff, you know, I mean, I know a lot of people did affirmations and squat happened. All I know is what happened to me and Marshall. I thought if I put affirmations about peace along with my other affirmation, I'll get peace too. Okay? So I started writing, I am at peace. I am everywhere it was. I stole that line. I stole out of Jonathan Livingston's Eagle. Extraordinary book. You might want to read it. All right? And so I have these affirmations about peace in there, blah, 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 every morning, every night. 3 or 4 months later, I'm at Marshall's real estate course company. I used to go there because I didn't have a job. I didn't have anything to do on Monday morning. And the affirmations. So I went down there. I'm sitting there. And this couple are there. And they say, we know you guys are working with affirmations. The affirmation we're going to work with today is, I am entitled to miracles. Holy smokes! That's my affirmation that I'm going to go to Hawaii. I'm going to Hawaii, see my squat. That's a mega level. So I went up to him after the class was over and I said, where did this come from? And the guy said, well, it was from a book that was just published. And he hands me the book. And I open it up. And this is what the foreword said. This is the manual for peace. I've been doing affirmations of peace. It is a required course. Only the time you take it is up to you. Free will does not mean you establish the curriculum. It merely means you choose what to take at a given time. This course does not aim at teaching the meaning of love, for that is beyond what can be. It does aim, however, at removing your blocks to your awareness of love's presence, which is your natural inheritance. The opposite of love is fear. That which is all-encompassing, however, has no opposite. Herein lies the peace of God. Holy smokes. That was from A Course in Miracles. If you Google A Course in Miracles, you'll find out about it. It was eventually translated into 27 languages, sold all over the world. I was there at that time because I found out 20 years later, Marshall was one of 4 people who had given him $5,000 for the first printing in 1976, 1975. And because he had done so, they brought it to his real estate group that morning. Now, all I knew was I was doing affirmations for peace, and here a manual for peace rolls into my lap. I thought it was a connection between the two. That's how I saw it. So I sent away for the book, and I started doing it. There's a textbook, and there's a manual for teachers, and there's a workbook with a day for a year. Well, so I'm doing these workbooks on my own, these lessons on my own, and I get to this lesson that says this. Why do you want things to be a certain way? Answer, because you've determined what's good and bad for you. All right? What you want and what you don't want. We want to tell you this. You are in no position to determine what's good or bad for you. Some of the things that you've enjoyed the most have retarded your progress. And some of the things that have been the most difficult, you've learned the most from. You are in no position to choose what's good or bad for you. You do, however, a belief that unless you're in control, life is chaos. The truth of the matter is this. If you could but turn tomorrow over to He who wants your happiness, for it is His happiness also, every moment would become an encounter with the eternal. So there I am reading those words, David. I got a shitload of money. I'm married, happily married. That's the caveat. 2 wonderful kids. The biggest thing in my life is deciding where we're going to eat that night in a city where food is extraordinary. And I read those words. Every moment an encounter with the eternal. Wow. Every moment an encounter with the eternal. What do I have to do? Turn tomorrow over. What does that mean? I think it means letting go of control. What's your control mechanism? Affirmations. Ugh, shit. Well, I had everything except that peace. So I gave up. I stopped all my affirmations except the Course in Miracles. I kept those. I stopped them. And in the next 4 years, I lost every penny I had. I went $250,000 in debt. Newman and Schoon, my rug company, went into bankruptcy. We lost all our money. And my house burns down. All right? Woo! All right? Now, along the way, there was a crisis. And I was losing all my money. And I was at the wall. I didn't know what to do. And I'm at a bookstore in San Francisco, at a metaphysical bookstore, and I see a book called The Way Out by Joseph Benner. I had already known about his other book called The Impersonal Life, which is extraordinary. So I see The Way Out, and I pull the book down. And I open it up, and it says this: we know that with many, finances are often a problem. Know you this, that your higher self has put you in this situation so you would forever learn the lesson that would enable you to rise above lack and limitation of any kind. Huh. First of all, what you have to do is this: stand guard at the door of your mind and do not let in any worries or any fears. Because if you let them in, it's going to make everything worse. Well, I already knew about affirmations, and I knew that to be true. So this time it was pretty much in my face. So every time I thought about what was going to happen, I had to shove it out and say these words over and over and over. God loves and cares for me and is giving me all good things. And I love him and think his thoughts and do only things that he wants me to do. Well, I didn't quite believe that then because I wasn't sure about God blowjobs. Okay. But I was up the creek. So I said those words over and over and over. And in 2 weeks, my problem disappeared and the money started flowing again. Wow. Wow. Fucking, that was amazing. In the laboratory life, that seemed to work. Well, a few months later, my house burned down.
When you were saying these things, did you actually believe it, or were you just reciting it?
I was just saying it out of desperation. Out of fucking, my back was against the wall. You know when I'm best at, David? When a gun is pointed at my head. You know, my joke about God, I said,
Darryl
God taught me to dance.
Yeah, Darryl getting pushed off the couch.
Absolutely. I said, God taught me to dance by shooting at my feet. He said, I had a terrible sense of rhythm, but he was a damn good shot. I was under the gun. And boom. And within a year later, my house burns down in the middle on Union Street. Our house burns down in the middle of the night. Benjamin goes to the hospital with second degree burns on his side of his face. We're up shit creek. No place to stay. And all I knew was this: if I worried, it was going to get worse. That's what I knew. If I worried, it was going to get worse. So I kept saying that affirmation, God, over and over and over again. And a phone call happens. Guy calls up. He says, Darryl, I heard about the fire. Yeah. He said, do you need a place to stay? I go, yeah. He says, listen, my parents bought me a house. I'm not living in it. What I did know was he was living with his boyfriend in the Castro. His parents didn't know it either. All right. He says the house is empty. Can you afford $100 a month? $100 a month in San Francisco in 1981? Man, we move into his house. Lifesaver. And then 3-4 months later, his parents are coming to visit him. We got to get the fuck out of there. All right. So we moved to Marin County, stay with my wife's relatives, and we're looking for a place to stay because now she can't stand it because her fucking cousin is a bat. And I knew it. Because they play, hey, we're not paying rent. I knew she couldn't stand it, and I knew why. So this is 1982. I got $2,000 in the bank because I hadn't been paying rent for the past few months. All right. And we're in Marin County, the most expensive county in the United States. Marin County at that time had the highest percentage of ownership of foreign cars, and it had the highest divorce rate. All right. There's a reason those two went together. And there we are. and we're looking for a place to stay. All right. The rents of anything of note were crummy. They started 6, 7, 8. All right. And we're looking at places out of desperation. Not that we have the money to rent them. All right. We just had to do something. But and so there we are. We're looking at the ads at the want ads in the local newspaper. David, on the back of the Independent Journal, the local newspaper in Marin County, was a full-page ad for Joe Carbo's The Lazy Way to Riches. I had never seen that ad before. Marshall had. And I'm sure it was a lot smaller when he saw it. All right. And Marshall had sent away for the book. And now there it is. They had full page ad, back page. And my wife turns to me and she said, don't you think we ought to do that again? Because she saw what happened when we stopped. Well, I am open to advice certain times, more than others. And so we didn't have to buy the book. We went, wrote down, we're living in a beautiful house. The kids are going to beautiful school. She wrote down, she traveled to Tahiti, Europe, and Asia again, because we hadn't been traveling for the past few years. She loved travel. All right. We wrote her list down and we're doing them. And then around 2 weeks later, a week later, there's a ad house that we had to go see. It's beautiful. It's our dream house. Leaded glass windows, blah, blah, beautiful. Little summer cottage, San Anselmo, except it was $800 a month. All right. First and last month's is $1,600. $400 is $2,000. I have 21 in the bank and negligible income. We're not going to. The house looked so damn good, we had to go see it. So we go over to see it. This is 1982. And lo and behold, that weekend, W&J Sloan's, the most exclusive home furnishing store in the United States, is having a going out of business sale. 2-page ad in the San Francisco Chronicle featuring Newman and Schoon hand-knotted Chinese rugs. I mean, I look solvent. There it is. The most expensive, exclusive home furnishing store in the United States in San Francisco was featuring our rugs. And that was the time when we had ads in Architectural Digest 2 years before. I mean, we look good on paper. All right. Well, we ain't going to rent this place. We're leaving. And there's a lady on the front porch, coming in. She goes to the landlord, is this the house for rent? And the landlord hands me a lease and says, not anymore. Shit. We're going to rent it. Why wouldn't it? We love the house. I look like I'm solvent. We go home. My wife, Abby, goes in. I'm sitting here. She comes back in that evening. She says, did you ask? I go, what? Did you ask knowing? Knowing. You sit down and ask the question. I go, no. She said, I did. I said, what happened? It said we should rent the house. No. So I closed my eyes, went into meditation, and I said, we rent the house. And the feeling was positive. Holy shit. So I threw the I Ching, Chinese book, Oracle book. I've been using it for years. It's like radar. It said, yes, rent the house. I write out the check. We move in. Holy. A week later, I get a phone call from somebody. Darryl, can you help me move some product? Well, I had been retired for a few years. I hadn't moved shit. I made a few phone calls, $5,000. We're back in the money. But I felt so bad because I was running control again. I was doing affirmations. I had let go because I wanted every moment to be coming encounter with the eternal. So I'm sitting there thinking, well, but I certainly appreciated being solvent again. And then I find a book, How to Do All Things. And it said this: Your use of thought, they said, you of yourself do nothing. But because of who you are, because you are a part of the Creator, Spirit does it all for you. When you want to walk across the room, you don't tell your body. Your body gets up and walks across the room. It's automatic. You don't digest your food. Your body does it. It's automatic. But you wanted to eat. You wanted to move across the room. You issue these commands and Spirit does it. This is divine. You are a divine being, but your use of this power is limited by your recognition of who you are. You are only given as much power to learn what you need to learn. And when you learn enough, you're given the rest of it, because you are a divine being made in the image of God who has all power, and you are his offspring. But your use of this power is limited. Wow. So it's all right to do affirmations. So there I am, cranking out affirmations again. I'm living in a state in Marin County where in Europe, I went to Tahiti that year, life is good. And then another book rolls in my lap, Thinking in Destiny, about thought, how to create without karma. That's where I was at, thought creating without karma. And then these words come to my head again, 1983, 84. Darryl, didn't say my name, but these are the words. Your use of thought to create your reality is an inappropriate use of this power at this time. At this time, much of what you learn comes through adversity. And you are using this power to keep these learning situations away from you. Holy smokes. That meant I had to let go of control again, of affirmations. And the last time I had let go, I lost every penny I had. The house burned down on fire. All hell broke loose. So rather than just go ahead and do it, I closed my eyes and I asked, can I do affirmations? And the answer says no. I threw the I Ching. Can I do affirmations? The answer was no. So I stopped doing all my affirmations. A year and a half later, the biggest bust of my life comes in, 10-year federal prison sentence. But even that was a miracle. The lawyer who handled me, which is the top criminal attorney in the United States, the guy they were after wanted her to be his lawyer. She came and took me instead. And with $60 an hour, she's going to be paid $100,000. That's a miracle. That's a miracle. Another miracle was that I'm headed for whoever knows kind of prison. And I hear these words in my head as I'm waist chained, manacled, and in leg irons in transit to county jail. And I hear the words, you're supposed to meet somebody. The person I met there, what happened was 2 weeks later, I'm in Lompoc Federal Prison Camp, no fence, club fed. Ehrlichman and Haldeman went there. I'm at a lowest security prison, but that wasn't the miracle. The miracle was my first week at Lompoc Federal Prison Camp, I met Howard Hughes' banker, who told me his story under duress. He never intended to tell anyone. The story was about how the Reagan White House and the CIA skimmed and embezzled $500 million he had raised from the Saudi royal family for the Afghan resistance. And because they were afraid he was going to spill the beans, kicked him out of the deal and sent him to prison, where he met me, and he told me the story.
That's why the Clintons kill people.
Clintons didn't do it.
No, I'm joking. I'm saying that's why the Clintons kill people,
you know
because they learned they can talk.
Nah, you use the word Clintons. You know why? Because I know you're biased. And you know who put that bias in you? The boys who really control it, the Republicans. The Republicans are the repository of military and corporate power in America.
Yeah.
They were in control of Reagan.
I could have said Bush.
Reagan, no. Bush, no. Reagan was the president at this time.
Right.
All right? Reagan was the president this time. But Bush had already been, he was coming in later. They control the White House and the CIA and government. They're the ones who pull the trigger. The Democrats are fucking inept. They can't fucking shoot their way out of a goddamn bag. That's why Kennedy got killed and not Reagan. That's where it comes from. Government. And you know what? I had that story. I'll tell you something, David. I had the story and I had the documentation. And you know what? This is how the media is controlled. Nobody wanted to hear it.
Yeah.
I sent copies of what I knew to the San Francisco Chronicle, to the LA Times, to the New York Times, to the Washington Post, to A&E Reports, and they all blew me off. When I got out of prison, I went to see Dianne Feinstein. I was on her China committee. She knew who I was. She sent out her aide to talk to me. He knew who I was. And as I'm telling him this story, I knew he didn't want to hear it. The politicians are too afraid to take on the CIA. The last politician that took on the CIA, his name was Frank Church. They invested in the CIA. The next election, he was rolled. He was gone. They know what happened. But I'm going to tell you something. In April of this year, I get an email from somebody out of the blue, April 2023. Dear Mr. Schoon, my name is Peter Osborne. I'm an Australian researcher. Did you know that did you know Danny Casolaro? And did you know that when he was killed, he had a copy of your paper, Betrayal, in his possession? Now, do you know who Danny Casolaro is, David?
He's the investigative reporter who was killed in D.C.
He was killed in 1991.
Yeah.
I didn't know Danny Casolaro. And I didn't know he had a copy of the paper I had written summing up the Reagan CIA conspiracy. Peter Osborne sent me a copy of it. He had access to those papers. I had never seen a copy of that since I typed it out. There it was, IBM Selectric, that I typed it on in prison. It was called Betrayal. You knew he was killed. He was murdered because he was getting close. All right? I know people get killed in this business for knowing that. I know that everyone I took that story to didn't want to hear it.
Yeah.
And I know why. But I threw the I Ching on every time I did it because that's dangerous, this game. All right? And this is what it is. And I know the spin, the Clintons, fuck that bullshit Watergate. Because I know who put that shit in your brain. I know who's spinning out that shit. The boys who really have the killers. And they made Carter look like a fool with Iran. And it was no coincidence, that when Reagan got elected, the day he got elected, the Iranians did that release. And now the word's coming out. But it doesn't matter because everybody's forgotten. And they're masters at spin. They own the game. They own it. And that's why here we are, the week before Christmas. It's not an accident. This is the first day of the solstice. Do you know that?
Yes. Yeah. Yesterday was the solstice.
But yesterday was the solstice, which is the darkest day of the year. And you're interviewing me on the day the light is returning.
Right.
Now, that may be significant. That may not be. Who can say what is significant? Because it's also problematical. But all I can say is this. It was during that prison sentence where I had my adversity that I met Howard Hughes's banker, that I had that period of enlightenment, and that I heard those words about the time of the vulture, which started me studying economics, which years later brought me a forum where I could talk about money that people would understand. So, when you asked about the adversity and all the stuff I've gone through, my answer is this. If I had to do it over again, I would do it. And that's the truth of most people who've learned something from their adversity. It was rather brutal, granted. Nonetheless, I learned things that I never would have learned had not I meditated and been there by myself for all those years. And during those years, I met a lot of extraordinary people. A lot of extraordinary people. I met a lot of my friends. I mean, we were all drug dealers. Yeah. One of my closest friends. I'm in Terminal Island, Terminal Island. I've been for 5 years. I'm walking across a goddamn yard, Everybody's, there's barbed wire. We're level 5, gun towers. I'm walking across the yard and I hear, "Hey, Darryl!" And I look over. This is my roommate from Marin County, 1981. He's in there on a 20-year sentence. All right? Our paths cross again. How in the hell were we going to meet again? At a choice. It's not by choice, except at a certain level. And there it was. There we met once again. And life goes on. Life is not what we think it is, thank God. Because if life was the way I thought it was, David, we'd be fucked. And there wouldn't be a chance in hell. And now, you know what I know? I don't care what we think it is. What I think it is, it's a goddamn miracle. And even if we do die in the miracle, and we all die in the miracle, life is eternal. And I didn't know that going into it. And I wouldn't have bet on it. And I wouldn't have believed it. But now I know. 2 years before I wrote my book, Time of the Vulture, before I got my reputation on the internet in money, we ran into a psychic. I didn't sort of believe in psychics. I thought, I knew they were there. And I knew some were better than others. But Martha and I meet this psychic, 2006. All right? We go into him. Didn't know who this guy was, but he had a reputation in certain circles. And what you did before you went in, you wrote down on a piece of paper the names of 5 people, quote, in spirit. All right? Who are on the other side. They don't say they're dead, they're in spirit. I was at this time, this is what, 2005?
Was this Bob the candle maker?
No. He was the one who did my astrology chart.
Oh, okay.
Okay. This is a psychic, Hoyt Robinette, 2006. Never met him. You wrote down people who were in spirit who had died. And I didn't know many at that time. Now I got a list. I'll fill up a couple pages because this is 15, 18 years later. Most of my friends are on the other side. All right. I'm 78 now. Then I was in my 50s. All right. I was 61. All right. And you write down 5 names. Then you write down 5 questions. And you sign your name. And you fold it up with a piece of paper. Okay? So we walk in there. I hand this guy my piece of paper. He takes it in his hand. He doesn't unfold it and he doesn't read it. He's holding it in his hand. And he looks at me and goes, "There's May here." And I go, "Yeah, it's my mother." He said, "Yeah, your mother." And then he said, "And there's Hamilton, because that's my father." I had written their names down. Okay. He said, "Yeah, father." And then he sort of closes his eyes like he's listening. And then he says, he wants me to know he's a part of this project. Now, remember I told you about Bob the Candlemaker who did my chart? And he said, the person with this aspect, as astrological aspect, is going to have a war with one of his parents, probably his father. Hey, I had a war with my dad, lasted years, and it was bitter. You had a totally different relationship with your dad, but it would, in your chart, I'm sure it would have been that way. Mine was, that was a war. So here's Hoyt talking to my father. My father's telling Hoyt that he's a part of this project. Now, I know my life is weird. Haight-Ashbury, law school, prison, jail, hearing voices, seeing things, limitations, lots of money, lots of adversity. Very unusual. But my father's telling Hoyt that he's a part of this project. I went, wow, that's far out. Somebody had to take the opposite side. Somebody had to be my dad and have us at war. He was baked in the cake. And my dad's telling Hoyt he knew that. It's part of the deal. Wow. And then Hoyt goes to me, you're a teacher. I go, no. He said, listen, he goes, well, you teach. I go, no. This is 2005. I didn't talk. I didn't do anything. I was at war with the goddamn universe. You know? I knew a handful of people and didn't give a fuck about knowing anybody else. My joke was the only people I get along with were waiters at restaurants because I love to eat. And maybe I could say, if you're sitting at the next table, boy, wasn't that ossobuco good? And you go, yeah, best ossobuco. I said, you know what? That the front shanks, they're even more tender than the rear ones. I knew that about food. And other than that, I didn't want to fucking talk with you about anything, right? Because the difference between how you thought and I thought was huge. And I had my circle down to 5 people. And Hoyt goes, will you teach? I go, no. And he goes, well, you know things other people don't know. And I said, everybody thinks that. I, however, have no voice. I have no audience. And Hoyt said, this will soon change. People will begin seeking you out. This is 2005. In 2006, I started writing that what was going to be my book. Didn't even start out as a book. In 2007, I delivered that talk at Marshall Thurber's Positive Deviant Network. The dues were $5,000 a year. We met 4 times a year. It was a closed network, invitation only, and there were some really rich fucks in that room. And when I delivered my talk called Time of the Vulture, most people got really uptight. The idea that I was saying they're going to lose all their fucking money is going to go to shit, they didn't want to hear it. That was March 2007. And in September 2008, all hell broke loose. Wall Street banks went bunks. And if the Fed hadn't bailed them out, the whole game would have been over. In January, Bitcoin was released to the world. And in April, I gave that talk that's on my website called The Greatest Depression. Will Bitcoin hold its value? I doubt it. Because there's nothing behind it except scarcity. And the government doesn't control it. And people are just like the government, just as prone to fraud.
Well, the banks have
corners.
The banks are grabbing control of Bitcoin now.
They're trying to. But the ones who control Bitcoin are the 5 or 6 whales that still own most of it, and nobody knows who they are. And they run you up, they run it down, they make it, you get into it, then they sell you out on the top, and they wait for you to fall back down. 5 or 6 people, whales they call it. Nobody knows who they are.
Or governments.
No, it's not government. They weren't in there in the beginning. No, they weren't. Bitcoin was not a government conspiracy. Governments are trying to get into it now. So everybody's trying to get into it because it proved to have legs that nobody thought they had. Stunning.
Well, would you rather?
Stunning.
Well, you know, it's funny. You'll see Bitcoin move $4,000 in a day. Not
Of
unusual.
course.
Which is twice
Not
the
unusual.
price of which is twice the price of what gold is for an ounce. So people look at that
Absolutely.
and people are like, well, why would I buy gold when I can buy Bitcoin?
Fine. Buy Bitcoin and talk to me in 5 years.
No, that's what people are saying.
I know. The
Do you know
governments
Max?
and
Do
the
you know
central
Max
bankers.
Kaiser?
Listen,
Yeah,
listen.
yeah.
Fuck this shit and fuck Max Kaiser. I know who he is.
He said, sell all your gold
My
and
friend,
silver and buy Bitcoin.
fuck Max Kaiser. You know my talk that I gave in 2009? That's on my website.
Yeah.
I mentioned Sandeep Jaitley on it. You don't know that. But I said, and I knew Sandeep at the time. I just met him through the professor. And Sandeep ran a hedge fund in London, precious metal hedge fund. And Sandeep said, you know, before this thing collapses, I expect the Dow to go over 30,000. I thought it was bullshit. You know, I
think it's
stocks
at
are bullshit.
37 right now.
Yeah, and the Dow was 8,000 then.
Yeah.
And that's what Sandeep said. And I'll tell you something about it. Sandeep used to be a regular on Max Kaiser's show. A regular. Until Sandeep said cryptocurrency is full of shit. There's nothing behind it.
Yeah.
It's a shadow game. So tell me about Max. Tell me more about the shit that you read and you hear on the internet. You know, and I just may be old and I just may be tired. But you know,
No, I was very
there ain't
surprised.
shit there.
No, I was very
Because
surprised.
the bank,
Yeah.
because in 1981, in 1980, in that decade, gold went from $35 an ounce to, what was it, $450 an ounce, $420 an ounce in 16 years, 18 years. And it exploded in price. Exploded because of inflation. And when the Fed saw that, they went and started controlling the price of gold. Ever since then. When the 2008 collapse happened, which is when you would think gold would go up because it's a chaos indicator,
Yeah.
it started to move. And the bank, Swiss National Bank, sold over 20,000 ounces of gold into the market to keep its price down.
That's when
So
England
now,
sold. That's
people
when
see
England sold all their gold.
all the gold, 1908. No, they sold the gold in 2000.
Okay. Yeah.
Whenever the markets start going crazy, the boys that control the game fuck with gold.
Yeah.
Because they don't want gold to be the counterweight that is to paper. And it worked. And that's why people tell you, David, gold goes up and down $20, $40 a day. And Bitcoin moves that in an afternoon. Why should I buy gold?
Yeah.
You know why? I know why they think. David, I know why people think the things they think. It's common sense that they think them. I used to call them fools before this interview tonight. And it was only when we started this interview I realized, and I made that distinction. No, they're not fools. They've been fooled. And that's a distinction I did not make until you fucking started talking to me this evening. That's new in my thought. They're not fools.
Just
They've
it's
been
form
fooled.
of ignorance.
And I
Yeah.
know why they've been fooled. I know why they think the way they think. And it's just understandable. And that's why I know that it's going to come crashing down. Because the boys that control them and the way they think, they ain't as big as they think they are. They ain't as big as they think they are. The universe, which created us all, is about to change the game. And the economic collapse is a part of that shift. and the earth changes, and the weather is a part of that. It's all a part of that shift. There's a reboot on the way. It's not the reboot that the modern people think is a reboot. There's a bigger reboot coming.
You see the question from Charlie?
No, what is it? What is it? Read it for me.
It says, how soon is the crash?
I don't know. Tell Charlie this. If he goes to my website and listens to that talk that I gave in Hungary in 2009, I thought it was right around the corner. You know, it's like once you see a crack, and I gave the metaphor in my talk. I talked about that bridge in 1990 that a structural engineer found out there's a fucking crack in it. No, he saw it in 1980, and he started warning people. Well, that bridge in Minneapolis was used by thousands of people a day.
Yeah.
And he alerted people. And they saw it, there's a crack there. When's it going to crack? And I don't know. But if you ask me, we got to fix it. But you know what it cost to fix it? The biggest cost was rerouting all those people. So they never did it. And it probably took 18 years for it to go down, and hundreds died when it went away. But you know what? That structural engineer, he probably took the long way around for the first years. And nobody else did. In fact, everyone goes, Charlie, hey, you still driving at it? God damn it. You're going to die before it cracks. And you know what? They were right. So if you listen to my talk on my website, Greatest Depression, I gave that talk in April of 2009. And I mentioned Sandeep Chait.
Coming up on 15 years ago.
Yeah, 15 years ago. And I thought it was right around the corner. Well,
objects in mirror are closer than they appear.
Well, because I never expected them to do quantitative easing. They'd only jiggled the interest rates before. And they did. So they did something that I had never expected them to do. So you never know.
And they could do something new now.
They could do something else. But I don't think so.
No, they'll start another war. They'll start a war.
No, doesn't matter. It's going to come down again because the universe is moving. It's bigger than them. They are not in control of the timeline this time. There was a book.
So if they introduce aliens and say, these are the aliens and this is proof that there's no God, and they starting all these distractions.
You know what? I believe in aliens.
Yeah, they're real. UFOs. Yeah, sure.
They're real. And I think they're like the rest of us. There's a few assholes out there, but most of them aren't.
Yeah.
And if you are floating around in an airship, you're a lot more evolved than we are here.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think most of the extraterrestrials are of a far higher consciousness than we are. They just can't interfere with us because of our free will that we've been given. And the free will is going to come. And we're going to get the dose of that free will. Now,
well, what about go ahead. Sorry.
About the prediction. When I made that, if you hear my talk, I thought it was imminent. All right? I really thought it was imminent. But I want to go back to an earlier thing. My son Benjamin went to MIT, okay? Graduated in 94. Kid's trying to build his life. He's got a fucking asshole for a father who's screaming that it's all rigged, that the economy's fucked, all right? And we're headed for the drink. That was me, by the way. All right? And here he is in his early 20s. He isn't married. He wants to have a life. And I'm painting doom and gloom. All right? But he doesn't know what I know. He got a degree in computer science. And besides the shit I teach, they don't teach at Harvard and MIT in economics classes. They teach the bullshit. So even if he wasn't an econ major, he would really not have believed me. All right? But I'm his dad. And he's been around me a long time and seen me come up with some weird shit. So he finally started looking at what I was saying. And he's smart. And you know what he said? He said, Dad, you may be right. Right? He's saying this in the 1990s. You may be right. He said, but you know who they are. And they've got a lot up their sleeve. All right. And I think about that sleeve. And I think about what he said then. And I think about they pulled QE out that I had no expectation of. But you know what? I do a lot of reading of stuff that's beyond this sphere. And one of them was called The Manual Survival. It was all channeled by extraterrestrials. And I started reading this channeling in 2011, 2010. All right. And I read it through for the next 3 years, almost every day. And you can find it on the web. It's called Manuscript of Survival. It was channeled by Aisha North, 500 pages. This is a big set of channels from extraterrestrials. And they said this: we call ourselves the constant companions. We have been with you since the beginning, and we are watching what's happening. And we are here to warn you. We know that with many of you are very concerned about the earth because of what's been going on with it. Our advice is don't worry about the earth. The earth has been created to withstand all sorts of things. It will survive. You, however, are under another set of mandates. And unless you change your ways, you won't survive. And this is going to happen in the next few years. That's what we're telling you. Now, go up there, Google the Manuscript of Survival, Aisha North. It's free. It's a PDF download. Okay? Now, what happened is, I was reading it last year before I wrote my last book, Docking of the Mothership, and I was looking for a correspondence with Carlos Castaneda. And 500 pages, if you forget where it is, nothing's footnoted. You can go through a lot of pages to try and find it, never find it. But I'm out there because I'm writing this book, and I'm trying reading every page to see if the goddamn reference is there. I never found it, by the way. I know it's in there. But as I was doing that reading, I ran into something else. The constant companions were talking about the economic system. Shit. There they are. And I read the section of where they're talking about the economy. And this was in 2014. And they said, it is all going to come crashing down. Not by what we have done, are going to, no intervention on our part, but the latest crises, they did something that they're not going to recover from. That was the 2008 crisis, quantitative easing. And it said, it is going to give way. And you say, what does that mean? We say everything that has been built on their world credit and debt is going to be washed away. And if you believe in it, you will be washed away too. That's what the cut is. A new world is coming. And if you want to hang on to the old, you will pay the consequences. Because life, as always, is a matter of choice. As you have been always telling others around you, choose wisely. That's what this is. It's your choice whether you're going to make it through or not. You can choose to hang on to the world that's passing away, the world of conflict, competition, and scarcity. Or you can be open to the world that's coming. You don't have to know what it is. You really can't know what it is. But you can be open to it. That's all you can be. And you can let go more easily if you know this, knowing a better world is coming. It said, the forces that have controlled your planet, who you, David, would call the Matrix, and many other people, are being kicked off this goddamn planet for once and for all. They have controlled it. They have used you and the human race much as fodder for their own games. And they have lived off of your energy for the past few thousand years. Their experiment is over. The universe is moving. Let it happen and know it. That's in there. That's in there. It's free. manuscript of survival, channeled by some extraterrestrials who call themselves the constant companions. That's all I can tell you. That I ran across them around 2011, just on the web. And once I started reading them, I saw them every day. I read all until they finally stopped doing it. And they basically said this: we're leaving you now because you made the turn. Humanity has made the turn. You are going to make it.
What
You
year
are going to make it.
what year was it that they ended?
2000, they ended in 2014.
Oh, the same year they started.
No, they started in 2010 or 11.
Oh, okay.
They channeled for around 3 years, and it's all up there. It's called
Yeah.
Manuscript of
No,
Survivals. It's in chunk.
yeah, you had
It's
told me
amazing.
about that before, and I've read some of it, but like you said, it's there's a lot of information. There's a lot there.
There's a lot of it. And when I went, I in the back of my mind, when I saw the stuff they did on finance, I go, yeah, I can put my financial writings into it. So in Document the Mothership, the middle section is filled with all my articles I'd written, most of which nobody's ever read, because the only people reading them were the gold and silver people during that time. You know, on one of the sites, what was called Market Oracle, they kept track of my articles that I submitted to them between 2009 and 2000, and I think 20. I had written 140 articles, and they had been read over 4 million times. That's a lot. That's one website. I was on there. They were in England. I was on 24 Hour Gold, which is out of Canada and France. I was on Gold Eagle, which is out of the United States. Now I don't write anymore. I said my piece. I basically stopped writing around 2014. I mean, I was just repeating myself. I stopped. This is the piece. This is who we are. This is where we're headed.
So you don't worry about anything now.
No concern. You know,
Just focus.
I don't know what's going to happen.
And in looking back now, is it better to take it day by day, or to do your affirmations?
I can't say that, okay? Because I think I was supposed to do the affirmations I was supposed to. I was supposed to let go and have all hell break loose. And I have done affirmations since then, on and off, but never with that same intensity that I did then. Never, because that I'm taken care of. I learned that life is eternal. And I know that at a level I didn't know then. I mean, I have learned certain things. I mean, I'm 78, David. If I haven't learned some shit, then my life really has been wasted, But the thing is, I haven't learned what other people have learned. I think I learned what I was supposed to learn. Like you've learned what you were supposed to learn. Your father was there. I know that because he was supposed to tell you those things. You were supposed to know enough to follow me, to try and find me, and to learn what everyone here has learned what they're supposed to learn. No one is a fool. We have been fooled. And now an awakening is going to happen. All right? And the purpose of the awakening isn't so much understanding. I want to say this. This cataclysm that we're going to have, the purpose of it is not to have is not to do it on the real purpose of this cataclysm is emotional. That's really its purpose. The shift is emotional. Because for the past 2,000 years, our minds have been in control of the process. Mental. We've been mental. We've been running it mental. That's why the male side has always been put above the feminine side. Women are seen as emotional. Men are more rational. Women don't control their emotions. Men can. What we didn't know about controlling the emotions is that what the emotions were for. The emotions were feedback. And what we didn't like the negative feedback. So we started shutting down our emotions because we wanted to get ahead. We only wanted the good stuff. What we didn't realize the consequence of shutting down the emotional loop. And what we were doing was, that's why the worst parts we never dealt with. The only time you deal with that shit is when you became an alcoholic. You couldn't deal with it anymore, or some traumatic thing happened, or well, I took acid. It seeped in. But the loop of life is both. It's thought, creation, and feeling. And basically, the creation that we've been trying to get to, the male side, has been without feeling. Artificial intelligence. Thought. The male side. Get rid of that goddamn messy, goddamn feeling crap. You know? And what we've done with it, we've created an imbalanced creation that's destroyed itself. We don't respect life. We don't respect that at all. We've created a distorted reflection of what things are. And the universe, which lets us have our way because it is built on free will. Free will, in my opinion, was built in the core of the universe. When that which is all became the many, he, it, she gave itself free will in the process. It wasn't going to shackle itself as it split off into the many. And so we have the free will here. The Zoroastrians, the oldest religion on the face of the earth, knew that. That's what that's the oldest religion. It predates the Hebrew, predates the Vedic thought, came out of Iran until they got their asses kicked out by the Muslims. Free will was baked into the cake. And that's why we're experiencing this. Because
and that's why bad things happen in life.
That's why because you learn from them. Hopefully. That's why I had to go through my adversity. I ended my book with that saying that the faith that I have, David, and I have faith because I know what it's like not to have it. Because I started out without faith, with only fear and holy fucking shit, what's going on? I have a huge amount of faith. All right? That I learned through the trial by fire. You know? And the heat in the trial by fire is a lot more than I would have wanted in my life. If I had known beforehand, I wouldn't have done it. But life always said, well, Darryl, do you want this? Yeah. Then you want to do it? Okay. You know, without really knowing what was going to happen.
Well, you hit on the magic word, and I think that is the biggest motivator, demotivator for most humans is fear. It's probably one of the worst emotions.
Oh, it'll freeze you. It'll paralyze you. And I was a victim, and we're all victims of our own fear. Outside forces play on that fear, but we have to own it. We have to own it. And that's what Don Juan told Carlos Castaneda. And he said, humanity is nothing but pieces of meat that's controlled by outside forces. And Carlos said, well, how do you control us? Do they whisper in our ear at night? And Don Juan said, they're a lot smarter than that. He said, they infected you with their fear. He said, when that happened, humanity became an automaton, even though it thinks it's free. And that's what the manuscript of survival said. He said, Don Juan called these the predator force. He said, they're predators, and they lived off of humanity. And he said, once they came, we're not like we were before. That's the part I was looking for survival, the manuscript of survival to affirm that statement. And I know it's in there because they just said the same thing. They said beings from another planet who didn't treat their planet any better than you're treating yours blew up their planet, and they found a home here, and they've taken over your planet and you. And that's what it is.
And they never learned.
They're in their mind. They never, and that's what he said. They never learn. And he said their time is up because the critical piece is that humanity had to learn the lesson it had to learn. They've been brutal, but we've had to learn them, and now it's cut time, and now it's changing. The universe is making a move, and it's going to interject itself, even though it almost never does because of free will. But it's doing so to save the earth. It's not going to allow us to trash the goddamn place that's taken care of us for all these years. We're gonna, you know, and Manuscripture Survival said, you guys have made it. You guys have made the turn. You're gonna survive. But the ones who are going to be able to stay here ultimately and come back and incarnate are the ones who see things differently. The other ones
this is
who are
that's talked. Well, that's what you just described is actually sort of how the Book of Revelation talks about it as well.
I think so. I think the Book of Revelation saw it. They couldn't frame it in such a way, but yeah, fuck, you're sitting on an island eating figs. You get a vision. They're not going to say, you know, on your cell phone, we're going to be. They're going to say that shit. People aren't going to believe you anyway. So he got a vision. John of Patmos saw the vision, wrote it down, talked about the end of days, talked about how all these resolutions are going to come, and it's going to work out. And here we are. We're here. And I tell you, I have faith. That's what I have. That's what's developing me. And I said in one of the things I wrote, I said, the faith that I achieved came through adversity. And I said, humanity is going to get the opportunity to learn the same way. Through adversity. I fell into that adversity. I at least had a forewarning of what would happen. I gave up my affirmations willingly the first time. And then all hell broke loose. And the second time I gave them up willingly again. Because I knew the truth of those words. There are learning situations that you need that you will not allow in because of your use of thought. You have to let go if you want to learn. Well, I wanted to grow, I wanted to learn, but if they said you're going to have a 10-year prison sentence, I said, fuck you, homie. Next time. Right. So they didn't tell me that because they knew I wouldn't do it.
Yeah. No.
So they got I call that a controlled assent, you know, a partial okay, and I gave it. And most people don't even have that. Most people just written into the cake. So I've been lucky. I am the luckiest person I know. I want to tell you about luck because remember you said about gratitude. You said it I think one of our last things. You said, you know what? I wake up and I'm thankful. I'm thankful. I'm thankful. I'm thankful.
Absolutely, every day.
And you know what? And that's the key. If you can find the thankfulness, it'll get you through what's coming up. All right. There was a thing on affirmations before we even got into affirmations. All right, about getting what you want. I was coming off my first wife and I. He was in the Haight-Ashbury. We're coming off of LSD. Okay, and she said these words I never fucking forgot. These words. You can never have it the way you want it. Which is not to say it cannot be exactly as you want it. Only you can never own it, for it is only lent and must be renewed with thanks at every moment. 1969, Haight-Ashbury.
I think you have a photographic memory.
For certain things like that. I mean, those were words you don't, holy shit. Holy shit. You can never have it the way you want it, which is not to say it cannot be exactly as you want it. Only you can never own it, for it is only lent and must be renewed with thanks at every moment. Hippies were into sex, drugs, and rock and roll and spirituality and God. And everybody focused on the sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And we were into that shit. Let me tell you, I was there. But the God part, that was where the answer was.
Yeah.
That's where it drew us.
Yeah, it's fleeting. So do you, I'm just curious, do you believe, okay, I know you've mentioned that you believe that all of us are eternal beings.
Yes.
And Do you
Absolutely.
believe that you will actually see the being that was your mother, your father, your friends,
Yes,
and
I
you'll
have
know?
talked to them. I have had conversations with them. I mean, when you know what? I told people that Tucson changed me as much as the hate Ashbury did. Everybody knows about the hate. Everybody knows about Janet Shaw. Everybody knows about, we all seen pictures of it. The kids went freaky, we're sitting there panhandling. Shit happened. Yeah, well, it was good. I don't know. Hope you didn't get crap. No, I didn't. Everybody knows about San Francisco. But I fell into that. 1 moment I'm in fucking law school. The next year I'm living on Haight Street. People are driving by, coming up, showing us pictures of their kids, asking if we've seen them. I mean, I'm in the middle of it. Not just there. I mean, I'm in the fucking middle. Yeah. Then, for some reason, we end up in Tucson. And man, did we find out what's going on in this little burg. We ran into this spiritual thing that almost nobody, it's here. And that's where I ran into that psychic. I know the top psychics on the planet. I have heard things. I have seen. You know what? I know why I didn't believe in psychic shit before I believed in it. I know why I didn't believe in God or the universe or UFOs before I believed in it. I know why. Because when you don't believe in it, you shit don't believe in it. And you can't believe somebody else just because they believe. And if you do, you're a fool. You're a fool if you do that. And these are things that just aren't easy things to believe in. All right? So, but before I went in that room and handed that guy that piece of paper who said you're a teacher and people are going to begin seeking you out.
Yeah.
Before he went in that room, Martha went in there.
Yeah.
She's walking back. I have no idea what happened to her. She looks like she's got I've never seen her look like that. And this is what she tells me happened to her. She hands her piece of paper to Hoyt, the psychic. He's holding on to the piece of paper, doesn't read it. She said she was so nervous, she folded it so small a piece, looked like a spit wad. He's holding on to it. And he goes, there's a Cosette here. Martha goes, that's my mother. Not a common name, Cosette. And he goes, there's a Jim. But you wrote down James. And he wants to know why. You called him Dad. And he wanted you to call him Daddy. Man. Fucking had her relative with her father to a T. To a T. Martha's father was in the military. Her little war with him. She was a pacifist. We're in the 60s. She called her father Dad. And she knew he wanted to call it Dad. That was that little war. All right? But Martha said she wasn't prepared for the moment where Hoyt Robinette, the psychic, sitting in front of her, quiet spoken Southern guy, sat up in the chair, ramrod straight, and started talking to her as her father.
That'll make you believe, right?
Jim Hildahl sat up and looked at Martha and said, well, now I've got the floor and I'm going to use it. Somebody's asking the questions, and here are the answers. Martha and her father, military, huge vocabulary. Martha said, it was Dad. And he answered every one of her questions, 1 through 5, by the number.
Wow.
Answer to question number 1. Boom. Yeah, you and Darryl go. When she was walking back down that hallway, she had a look on her face that I never could believe. Now, my thought is this. If you are supposed to believe this shit, something's going to happen in your life that'll convince you. And if you're not supposed to. We are born blind on the path for a reason. We are born blind without any idea of who we are for a reason, and it's not a punishment. We are from the source itself, born into a situation where we appear temporary, at risk, and at hazard and alone. Very uncomfortable place. And the incentive is to find out otherwise, to find out the truth. So we are born into to learn things. Certain lives you come back to learn this, certain lives you come back to learn that. You know, I mean, the Hindus, the Vedic, they were in the reincarnation since the get-go. And you know, the Hebrews, they're into that shit. Until they voted it out of the Council of Trent, the Catholics did, and astrology in 600s lost by a fucking vote. I mean, when John the Baptist came back screaming at the Jews, telling them what a bunch of assholes they were, and they better get their fucking trip together, or the God's are going to come and burn their asses with wrath. They looked at him and said, "Are you Isaiah? Are you Isaiah?" Why? Because Isaiah the prophet used to scream at him the same motherfucking way. So they already knew about reincarnation. Because the motherfucker was screaming at him just like Isaiah did. But we filtered it out. It's gone. And now we're in a high-tech superstition. Great. Is it around? I don't know. But what I do know, David, runs against the grain. And I'm so goddamn glad to run against the grain. Because if I did, I'd be stateless. I'd be fucked up. And I'm not. I turned to Martha, I said, you know what? I'm the happiest I've ever been. And I've had a lot more money. I know what it's like to stay in suites in Paris and eat in private dining rooms. You know, drive around Marshall's Rolls Royce. You know, my friends, you know, Porsche that needed platinum plugs just to, so, you know, so it ran so hot. I know what that's like. You know? And to get to this place, a prison that I could deal with it and see it for what it is, so be it. I give thanks for that. Because without it, I didn't see it. I didn't get it. I didn't know it. There was no way for me to know it. No way for me to know it. The only way you get over being scared is to have the shit scared out of you. You know, I used to say that being a drug dealer, I was like an accountant trapped in a pirate.
You were like a what?
I had to learn about an accountant trapped in the body of a pirate.
Oh. Yeah. Well, in the United States, it's the United States is a different country than a lot of other countries, like just Mexico, in that everything in the United States, we judge like men in the United States. Most men, like older generations, would judge their what's the word I'm looking for? Their self-worth by their net worth.
Of course, by their money.
Right.
Because everybody came from nothing. Yes. Because everybody who came to the United States came from shit. If you had shit, you didn't come here. Why would you? Why would you leave your mother, your father, your friends? You had shit when you came here.
Yeah.
That's the only reason you motherfucking came.
Yeah. Economic opportunity or.
Absolutely. And we grabbed the goddamn land for the Indians and called them Indian givers. You know about gold? You know, everybody's worried. You know, the fucking United States government took our gold from us, took our gold from us, took our gold from 1930. Remember Roosevelt took our goddamn motherfucking Democrat took our gold from us. Son of a stole our gold. You know where that gold came from?
Which gold?
Mines. The gold that was in the United States at the time.
Oh, okay.
During the Depression, when they made gold illegal, the proxy for gold was the shares in Homestake Mining Company. Okay.
Yeah, and that went up. That went up like 5 or 10 times.
Ah, shit! It went up 1,000 times.
Oh, 1,000.
You had 10% of your portfolio. Yes, wow. Counting dividends. If you had 10% of your portfolio
Yeah,
in
you did well.
the shares of Homestake Mining in 1928, in 1938 or 37, when the Dow was down 90%, you were even. You were even. It was a proxy for gold. It was the largest gold mine in the world. You know where that mine is? In the Badlands.
Oh, the
That was given
Badlands.
to the Sioux.
Yeah.
It was given to the Sioux Indian Nation as a part of the treaty.
Okay.
As a part of the motherfucking treaty. Say where you motherfucking are, will be the shit ass piece of land, and we won't come after you.
Yeah. They didn't know
When
it
they
had.
found
They
gold.
didn't know. They didn't know it had gold when they gave it away.
Oh. And then they took it back.
Of course.
All right. Now, in my book, Time of the Vulture, I wrote about published in 2007. I said there were 7 markers, I think, that would determine if America would fulfill its destiny and lead the world again. Not lead it because it had all the guns and power, but lead it because it had the leadership that the world needed. And I had these markers on how you could judge America. And one of them was a Native American. There was a trust fund set up for all indigenous peoples in the Bureau of the Interior in the United States. And into that fund was paid royalties. And this was set back in, I don't know, 1800s, whatever it was. Okay? Royalties on lands and mining royalties and shit like that. And I said, I wrote the book in 2007. I said, there's never been an audit. They refused to audit it.
Same thing with the mint. Yeah.
The mint. They never audited it.
Yeah.
And we'll see if we have the wherewithal to lead. Well, you know what? The Indians finally got to court, and they demanded an audit. And the court held an audit wasn't justified. Wasn't justified. Okay? Sure, we know why. But they gave us some legal bullshit. Wasn't justified. So no audit was ever done. And the Indian nations, without recourse, had to sell for literally pennies on the dollar. Pennies. And you know what? It's been probably 10 years, and they still received a penny. They still haven't received a penny.
They never will.
So, they never will. Let this country talk about its heritage. Let it talk about its goals and what it's done for humanity for itself. Let it talk about it. And I'm not saying it hasn't done things. I'm not saying that the United States has not been a venue of great learning and teaching. I'm not saying that the American Revolution was not a stupendous event in the history of humanity. It was the first revolution where the succeeding government drew a line around itself in terms of power. No one had ever done that before. No one had ever tried to curtail its own power. You know why? Because our motherfuckers didn't trust people.
But we've given all that
And they
up.
knew what people did when they finally got to government. And then we've had a fucking insurrection. And I won't even call it that. Won't even call it that. During it's tyranny. During the 30s, there was tyranny. They tried to overthrow the United States government in the 30s. After Roosevelt, huh?
Smedley Butler.
Yeah, absolutely, Smedley Butler. And the next time they tried to do it was in 2020. 2000, what fucking year it was, doesn't matter. 2020. They tried to do it again. But it wasn't the Power Boys. It was the mob. The mob tried to do it.
Well, if you look back at
tried to do it, David.
Well, if you look at our Constitution, the Constitution is an incredible document in many ways if it's followed. And the creation of the Fed, you could argue, was a violation of the Constitution.
Absolutely. But I want to tell you something about.
But it was Loud.
I understand. No, I understand how power is meted out. I understand the Supreme Court's a bunch of. I understand power. My degree was in political science. I understand motherfucking power. I was reading books on power politics when I was in fucking high school.
Right.
When I was a political radical, I had already turned my back on the movement. Fuck this shit. We weren't getting anywhere. Getting tired of walking. I knew who had the power. And I know about the Constitution. And I know that Trump's power base is racist and misogynist and selfish. And they believe in him because he said the things that they can't say themselves. Because America is scared shitless. And they blame Mexicans. And they blame gay people. And they blame everyone else that doesn't look at them. They blame women. They're going after teachers. Teachers. Schools. You know who these fuckers are to do that? And to have people go along with it? That's where we are. We're in the dregs. We're in the gutter. We're in the fucking gutter. That's where we are.
Well,
and that's why we're not
since 9/11, you know, you could argue since over 100 years ago, it's been a downhill slope, but definitely since 9/11, it's been blatant. It's been blatant.
You know why? Because 9/11, they made their play.
Oh,
do you
absolutely.
think that thing was?
And there was no pushback.
Muslim terrorists?
No, that was an inside job.
Who died on the plane and whose passports were found on the ground. Whose passports were found?
It's a joke.
And they never got the black boxes out of there.
Yeah.
Never got the black boxes out of there.
Yeah.
That was controlled demolition. And we bought it hook, line, and sinker. Because we sold it. And the media did it because it's all about power. Yeah. It's all about power.
And supposedly you know what? there was a gold heist as well.
Yeah, there wasn't a gold. There was a bunch of gold in the basement of the building that collapsed without a plane hit it. That building was where the FBI and CIA ran their shit out of, and they had truckloads of gold down there in the basement. If you read my book, no, fuck reading my book. You motherfuckers. Do you ever see that document called Collateral Damage?
It's a document?
Google. Yeah. It's a document. Go to the motherfucker. It's called Collateral Damage, 9/11.
Yeah, I know what collateral.
There's a PDF on it. Yeah. I'll tell you something. I read that thing in 2009. All right? And it stunned me. And it's been up there. And all these people are talking about this and that, but nobody ever goes there because it's been shut down. It's not in your social media. Fuck all those people reading that shit on social media. You know what collateral damage said? It said 70% of the casualties from that day were in 3 agencies. 2 bond trading firms, Cantor Fitzgerald and Euro Trading in the Tower, and Office of Naval Intelligence at the Pentagon.
Yeah, where they happened to be investigating that lost money.
The lost money. That's what 9/11 is.
Yeah.
All right? And they got away with it.
Oops.
But
no backup. No backup.
So I understand the rage of America. I understand, and I know they've been manipulated. And I know who did it. They don't. And I know they've been fooled. You know, I mean, I don't, I know it. So it's all right. We all believe what we believe. But I believe that what we're seeing in this country with a to me, it does, I'm not even going to go there. But what it is that it's beyond our ability to fix. We're not going to fix it, but it is going to fix itself. You know, the faith that I have in reality is huge. David, it's huge. And like I
Yeah,
said, I was not a person born.
you have better, more faith than me. I don't have faith in our citizenry. Don't. Zero. None.
No, neither do I. I don't have faith in citizenry. I don't have faith in Bitcoin. I don't have faith in all any of this bullshit. I have faith in the universe. And I have faith in humanity as a derivative of the universe. As a derivative of our universal source, I have faith in us. But in the present state, no faith at all. Because we've forgotten it and we don't believe it. We do not believe it ourselves. But because of what I've been through, I mean, I tell you, I've talked to my parents on the other side. And I know it. I've had conversations with my father on the other side. When Martha talked
When
to
you
her
say
father,
you've had
that opened the door.
conversations, you
Yes.
had conversations
First
at the
time.
seance or after?
Yes, at the seance.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, what we rolled in when we hit Tucson was this vein. And I know, I mean, you know, it's called spiritualism, you know, like blah, blah, blah. And I ever seen my interviews on Jeffrey Bishlove. You know, he's the guy thinking aloud. He had a PBS series. I've known Jeffrey since 71. And Jeffrey does all this scientific, he has a PhD, parapsychology. And I looked at him, I said, you know, Jeffrey, I said, spiritualism doesn't have a high reputation these days. You know, that's what I'm a spiritualist. And he says, no, it doesn't, Darryl. I says, you know, Jeffrey, neither does drug dealing. And I did both. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I'm lucky that I know. I'm lucky that Hoyt gave Martha that message. I'm lucky that I went to him. You know, the next year I wrote my book. You know, Time of the Vulture 2007. All right. Here comes the psychic through Tucson again. Now we're going. Every time he's there, we're going to see the motherfucker. Like it's what he said. Just two. So we go see Hoyt. I've given my paper at the Positive Deviant Network. It's around March. And we're getting a reading. And he said, you're going to be speaking. He's paused because he's trying to get what it is. Before a group of thinkers. I look at you like, what? You know? That summer, we were in Hungary at Professor Antal Fekete's Gold Standard University, which I allude to in my talk on my website, The Greatest Depression. He called it. He motherfucking called it. And when you get stuff like that going on, I mean, that's only him. We had it from other people. We're into a world. I don't care. I understand why people think they do. I thought like that too. And if I hadn't had the experiences I've had, I wouldn't believe either. I wouldn't believe either. You know, and this is before I believed in psychic shit. One of Martha's really good friends in San Francisco, her daughter had run away. All right, had run away, and her daughter was gorgeous, and her friend had a temper like a fucking. This girl had a temper, and she was pissed off. And Sylvia Browne, who was a very famous psychic, wrote a bunch of books, and a lot of her predictions are shit. All right, but you know what? In 2012 or 11, she said, in 2020, people will be wearing masks and wearing rubber gloves in public, and there will be a virus that they don't know what's going on.
And what year was this?
That attacked 2011 or 13.
Oh my God.
I bought the book to see it. I bought the motherfucking book to read it, and there it was.
Wow.
Now, you go Google Sylvia Browne prediction COVID, and they go, you know what you'll see? Oh, she was so wrong on all these other things. She's the fraud as a psychic. To me, holy shit, she hit that one in the nose. I don't care if she was wrong on that.
It's like a broken clock being right twice a day.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, but that was out of the blue.
Yeah.
That was not the 12 o'clock shit. That was something else. I don't care what you were wrong on. Well, what I knew about Sylvia, because in the 1990s, Martha had her friend called her up, and she said that her daughter had run away, and she was really pissed off. And she said Sylvia Browne was giving a talk in San Francisco. Well, Sylvia Browne's expensive, and she's famous as a psychic. So her friend went to see her. And she wasn't
heard the name.
Yeah, BRO. Read that thing about the prediction about COVID. It's on the web. because you'll find what she said. And so her friend Nita goes to see her just because she's going to make a public appearance, okay, in an auditorium, right? And so she's standing in line waiting to buy her ticket, and a lady comes up from the back, and she comes to right to her and says, "Sylvia has a message for you. Follow me." Didn't charge her. So Nita walks back into the back room. There's Sylvia Brown, the Sylvia Brown. And she looks at her. She says, "Your daughter's coming home. She's coming back. But if you lose your temper, you will never see her again."
Wow.
You know what? A month
She
later,
lost her
daughter showed
temper.
up. No,
No?
no.
She actually learned?
She learned. She's got the shit scale. She lost it. She was told what would happen. So she didn't do it. And her daughter, a few years later, has a kid with one of the top NBA stars that everybody knows. He took care of the kid, gave her a fun house, blah, blah, blah. That's it. So that's life. I knew that before we got to Tucson, before we ran into Hoyt. And I still didn't believe it that way, because you only believe to the extent of your experience. There's no other way. That's why we're here. And it was meant, I believe, David, that I believe this shit. It was meant that when I ran across Aisha North's channeling on the web, the manuscript of survival, that I had enough experience in channel material that I wrote down. And I just read it to see if there's anything there.
Well, this is what I've always said to Dan is, what's the use in waking up and being able to see something if you can't maneuver around the landmines, right? I mean, what good is it? I mean, it's better to be ignorance is bliss, as they say, right?
Ignorant. Yeah. And it's true. See, Dan can't help himself. Dan is impelled. He's very, very well read. Dan has looked at a lot of shit, all right? But he's stuck on the field. I got into this shit before I heard about the Matrix. I didn't come in it from your generation's angle. We came in it from the hippie angle, which enfolded all of it. A new age was coming after all this shit was going to happen. Edgar Cayce said that. There are going to be earth changes. We knew, we thought we knew. We were fools. We were hippies. That was part of our gestalt. A new age is coming. And I figured, shit, I'll be long dead before it comes. But now I'm 78. And I think it's right around the corner because the crisis is on. And I can see it. And I've been told. I have been told. Those words, Time of the Vulture, they came to me, David. I wrote them down and started studying economics because of it. And I know money.
Well, think about it. John on Patmos was told to write it down, right?
He was told to write it, and he wrote it down.
If you read Revelation, if you read the book of Revelation, it says, get a pen and paper and write this down.
Yeah. And you know what? I want to tell you something about that. Because in that revelation, it said, in his revelation, it said this.
You could have been one of Jesus' disciples if you lived back then.
I could have been,
No, you were exactly.
The guy little. Yeah. I did who was I supposed to be. You never know. Judas I think he had a redeeming thing that happened. The story's bigger. But listen, the thing is this. In the Revelations, it is written, for he who has wisdom, the number of the man is the number of the beast. 666. Now, I read those words. And you know what my reaction was when I read them? Wow. I knew I didn't have the wisdom to know that the number of the man, that's numerology. That's deep metaphysics.
The number meant what?
That's from the other realm. Numerology. Okay, it's sort of like Fibonacci at the extreme degree in explanation, mathematics and numbers and reality. All right. When I read that, it was because I read that again. I read that again, but probably 22 when I was looking for answers. You know what I knew? I knew, David, I didn't have the wisdom to know it. I didn't have the wisdom to know the significance of the number of the man and the number of the beast. But you know what? You can Google the number of the man and the beast, and you're going to get a bunch of motherfucking assholes telling you what the fucking thing that means. And I know they don't have the wisdom to fucking toilet paper at the right place. But they think they know. And they'll tell you, this is it. The number of the man, this is what it means. Fuck you, homie. Go and tell somebody else. And you know what? Somebody else is going to listen. Somebody else is going to believe. Because that's their path. They're going to learn whatever they need to learn on their path. My path is a path that very few people have had. Nobody would want it. This is how crazy I am. This is how crazy I am. There I am, busted. 1985, guns came out, fed. I'm out on bail. I don't even know I'm going to get a 10-year prison sentence. I know it's coming down. All right? And I'm back in Marin County, my homie town, right? Back in Marin County. And I'm just waiting for my case to get resolved. And they had a grocery store there in Fairfax called Food Villa. All right? Now you go to Fairfax, it's yuppie heaven. All the money's out there. Homes that were then 110 grand are now 1,100,000. Money, BMWs. It's just flooded with money. Okay? This is back in the day. Hippies were there. I'm there. I'm at Foodville. Store's now changed. I don't remember the name of it. But I'm sitting there looking at there, and I'm looking in the food counter, and they had a tub of foie gras. Now, I don't know if you know what foie gras is. That liver mousse that in France. This shit is, for people like to eat, it's nectar.
Is it like a pate?
All right. Yeah, and they make it with goose liver, richer and shit. It's heart attack food. All right, and they wouldn't let real French pate in the United States because of it's not sterilized. It's raw. It's like they would, even though you can eat it, and the French eat it and don't die. They wouldn't. We got our rules.
Right.
Yeah. Somebody took Econ 1A. It has to be cooked before you let it in. Fine. All right. But I knew, because I read this before I started reading about economics. I knew that there was a place in upstate New York called Hudson Farms. All right. And they were making their own foie gras here, the way the French did it. And it's called Les Trois Petits Cochons, the three little pigs. I knew this. Because when I'm into something, I get into it. And there I am at Food Villa, staring at this tub of, and the label says, Les Trois Petits Cochons, foie gras terrine. Holy shit. I'd only read it. And there it is in front of me. In fucking front of me. Like a dream.
And it's only $100. It's only $150.
Well, yeah. Well, they had a pricing on it, and it said so much by the ounce. And I'm looking at it. It's not cheap. This is, like you said. And I'm thinking, shit, this thing must weigh so many pounds. The whole thing, and a price ounce, how many pounds? Man, it's just too much. And I'm staring at this, and the butcher comes by. Remember when they had the real butchers? The white bib and the stuff like that. It's really chopped the meat up. Butcher comes by, and he sees me staring at the thing. And he goes, "You want to taste?" David, That's like being 12 years old and the
Yeah.
girl you went out with say, "You want to feel?"
Yeah. You don't have to
You
ask
know?
twice.
You know, you want to feel? So I nodded, and he takes this little thing, for you. Oh, heaven, heaven! I'd been to France. I'd had the real thing. And then he said those magic words. How thick a slice do you want? Slice? You didn't have to buy the fucking
That
terrain?
big.
Yeah. Hey, I've been busted. I'm going to prison. I don't have much money. I'm living in Marin County. I go, fine. Takes, wraps it up for me, gives it to me, and I'm walking out. This is 1986. You know why I knew this? Because I was busted in November 87, 85, and I went to prison in November or October 86. So this is between them. This is in the summer. And I'm walking out the door, and these words came through my head. I wouldn't trade my life with anyone. And the next thought was, only a fool would trade their life with you. Maybe if somebody had pancreatic cancer and 6 months to live, would trade their life with you with it, you know? And I started laughing. That's how crazy I am. But I had my foie gras. All right.
Mhm.
And I am lucky. And I had Paris since that time. And things have happened for me. And I was starting my adversity. But out of that adversity, I ran into Howard Hughes' banker who told me this extraordinary story. I meditated so much I actually got enlightened. I mean, I got to a place, David, where people sit in caves and give a family to get to, and they never get there. And I got there, and I knew it. One of the people who heard my interview on Jeffrey's show, he said, I've been meditating all these years, diligently, vegetarian, I do my practice, and I've never experienced Darryl Schoon's experience. And he was a drug dealer. He said, part of me is a little bitter, but isn't that judgment? I knew I wasn't expecting that experience. And when it came, nobody had to say what I knew. When you're there, David, wow. I remember when I was in that space, somebody yelled out to me, hey, wake up. And this voice in my head goes, I am awake. It's you who are still asleep. I knew I wasn't that voice, but I know who it was. The voice with no name. The voice I've heard before telling me this isn't it. The voice that gave me the words to time as a vulture. The voice that told me later, be me always. Words that I haven't been able to keep. Advice I haven't been able to keep. But I know that voice. And that's why I have the faith that I have. It wasn't
Yeah.
easily won,
No.
but I have it.
Well, that
And
was
we
a
all
very good
get to
book.
work.
Yeah. The book you wrote from prison was a very good book.
Yeah. Light in the dark place. Yep.
You wrote a lot of poems and it was you could feel the emotions.
You know what's curious about that book? Because I never intended to be a writer. I mean, I really never did. Like I say, well, I never intended to be I never intended to be a drug dealer. You know, a lot of things I didn't intend to be. All right, but
Well,
when I
like you
started
said
writing,
earlier, yeah, like you said earlier, the when you weren't writing things down, it was like this, right?
yeah, you're
Before
in
the
it.
affirmations, nobody had a
Yeah,
plan.
nobody had a plan, and in fact, it's only Steve Jobs said something. I wrote he said something I wrote down on my little thing that I have, and he said this: He said, you know what? You can never connect the dots looking forward. You can only see the dots after. That connects everything. He said, yes, you know, and he said, once I understood that, I was able to go forward. He said, knowing that only in the future would I see the connections. It gave me the faith. And that's what we're all up against. We're all up against the uncertainty. And Dan's in that place now where he's supposed to stew in the uncertainty. And I know it. You're where you are because you're supposed to be where you are. I mean, that's how deep my belief is. My belief is we incarnate time and time again to learn certain lessons with certain people and go through certain things to learn it. This is way too big for your goddamn believe in Jesus Christ shot and you're either in or out. And your chances of believing in Jesus Christ are shit because you're born in Yemen and your goddamn parents are strict Muslims and you're out there, you know, leading goats around. Well, what are your chances? And you think God runs it that way? That you were lucky because you were born in fucking Alabama? Your parents told you that and you believe it because the minister said they do? Fuck you. And you know, that ain't how it works. But you can believe it if you want. Everybody gets a chance to believe it.
Well, many parts of life, Darryl, are being in the right place at the right time or the wrong place at the wrong time.
At the wrong time. And I believe none of that is by accident. There are lessons to be learned by being in the right place at the right time, and there are lessons to be learned by being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Absolutely.
And that's just how it is. And I've been so lucky that I've been given some of the other stuff. That I was there when Bambi had that poem in the Haight-Ashbury about you can never have it the way you want it. That's heavy stuff.
Yeah.
Or hearing Time of the Vulture. That's heavy stuff. Or running into you know, people can look at it and say, boy, Darryl, you actually had presidential invitations? I look at my president, they're on my wall. White House, Darryl Robert Schoon. All right? I look at that and go, wow, I don't know if anybody else has got one of those. But it doesn't mean it's just what it is. It's no different to me than a 10-year prison sentence. And I tell you, I got more out of that 10-year prison sentence than my trip back to, you know, Washington, D.C. You get what you get from what you get. And I can only say that I believe, and I didn't believe this before when I was younger, so I understand, you know. When I was younger, I didn't believe this shit. It depended on how I was. But the older I got, the more I saw it, because the more was revealed to me. On my own, I wouldn't have come up with shit. But I've been led. I was led to the Haight-Ashbury. I was led to prison. I was led to hearing those words. I was led to meeting Professor Antal Fekete speaking in Europe on money. I was led to Hoyt Robinette, the psychic, who told me all this shit was going to happen, and it did. And it changed my view. And I know how important that different view is. I do not look at death the way I used to. And I used to. I looked at the way everybody else did. Holy shit. Not that I want it. But
yeah,
I know it's going to be what it has to be. And I know someone's going to come after it.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of death, but I am afraid of how I die, I guess. I don't want to be eaten by a shark or something real painful.
Nobody wants to die. Nobody wants to die with your foot caught in the elevator door.
Right. Oh, my God.
And a version of that. Yeah. I mean, holy shit.
I've seen videos of people who died that way. Yeah.
But you know what? There was a guy whose life I wouldn't have wished on any. And he's like you. He interviewed me. That's how I met him. And he said he first, and he had seen me on Regina, her show on Gaia. You know, my Time of the Vulture interview in 2022. And he said he had seen me before on Jeffrey Midlov's show. All right, thinking aloud. And he that he had first ran across Jeffrey Mishlove in the 1990s when he was in prison, in state prison. And they were allowed to have little radios. And so he's listening to Jeffrey Mishlove. Now, I've known Jeffrey since 1971 when he came in my restaurant in Berkeley. And he eventually got his PhD in parapsychology, author. He had a show on PBS that ran for 14 years. He interviewed everybody, everyone with a PhD. I mean, brilliant. And he said he heard Jeffrey in the 1990s when he was in prison. And his life makes getting your toe caught in an elevator door seem like, yeah. I mean, you wouldn't wish it on anybody.
Mm.
And this guy is so there with me. He was given a load that I would never say yes to. I would say yes to 10-year prison, but he makes my 10-year prison sentence look like nothing, what he went through. And he came out the other end basically enlightened. Not when he came out, but eventually when he learned how to deal with it. He said he had to learn to forgive everyone, including himself, for what he had done and for what had happened. And he said it was not an easy task, given what he had done. But he did it. And he did it. Because when you talk to him, he's there. He's there. So when people talk about enlightenment or knowledge or whatever achievement here, I don't, fine. You get what you get. But to me, he takes the cake in my book. Takes the prize, because he was given a load far greater than I would even want to even think about. And did what I think task in front of him was to, because he wouldn't have been given that load unless the intention was to learn from it. And that's my belief about incarnations. And it was so deep, so painful, so at the edge, that he has my total awe. You don't, I think you get to walk this path on earth in many different ways. And if you need a break, you'll get a break. Some people go through, it's like nothing happens to them. They're all right. They live there. Other ones, it's like trauma all the way through. All right.
Yeah.
And
most people probably live the same day every day.
And they're just doing what they're supposed to do.
Routines. Yeah.
Because that's how life presents itself to them. Now, maybe at the end of it, there is that reckoning that they didn't take advantage of certain opportunities, like the 10 talents, the parable of the talents. Okay, that maybe somebody was given one talent and they ended up with, like my friend, the one who was given very little except a rash of shit, came out with the Olympic prize, and other ones were given a lot and didn't do anything with it. But that's between them and their maker. That's between them and the people who they're in this with, the ones who design it. I'm not there. So that's the truth. I don't, even though my mind judges, I know the judgment is bull. We judge off the get-go. We judge off of appearances. We judge everyone and everything off of appearances. And appearances are as problematic. It's really funny. When I was in prison, I ran into a guy. I knew he was Aryan Brotherhood. I didn't know it, but I could figure it out. I was in Terminal Island, and this was a very high-level security prison. All right? I started out at Lompoc at a federal camp, which is the lowest level possible. And because of situations, I ended up at one of the highest level prisons. Gun towers, razor wires. The average length of sentence was 20 to 40 years. Okay? So there I am. And because Terminal Island was a hospital destination, it had a hospital there, this guy shows up out of the blue. All right? Big guy, probably around 6'4", muscled, white guy, okay? And he shows up. Now you got to realize that most people at this high level prison were either black or Latin. It's like the food chain. I started out at Lompoc, the lowest level, and most everybody there was white. So I ended up at the other end of the food chain, at the highest level, 5 to 6. You don't get higher than 6. I was at 5, and the vast majority were doing huge long sentences, and 20 to 40 years was the average sentence, and the vast majority were black or brown. Okay? This guy shows up, he's white. Well, everybody, they didn't say it, but he had this Band-Aid wrapped around his head. And when it eventually came up, there was this indentation. All right. And the rumor was, because nobody ever asked him, I didn't ask him, was that he'd been in some racial gang warfare. Somebody had clobbered him with a, make a fucking dent on his head. All right. So there he is. Probably Aryan Brotherhood. Huh? I didn't know. I didn't ask. Well, I was in the, I'd go down to the library all the time to use their typewriters because I was typing scripts, movie scripts. I started writing movie scripts when I was in prison. All right. So I'm in there typing shit up. And there's this guy. Okay. He's doing something else, probably working on his case, his habeas corpus, or one of those feudal cases that you ask the judge for something. They read it because they're supposed to, and blah, blah, yeah. Tell the law clerk. Law clerk looks at him and said, "What do you think?" And the guy goes, "Yeah." They go, "Yeah." So, that's
Denied.
That's right. All right. Whether it's your manuscript or your habeas corpus or whatever. But he was there typing his. And we found ourselves outside one day, just sort of shooting the shit. And I was, me, I'll talk about something. And I said, life is really weird. We think we see life as it is. But the truth is, we see what we see. And I said, for example, let's say you really get into Alfa Romeo sports cars. All right? Never been into them before. But not only do you get into Alfa Romeos, you like, there's a certain model that you like. And if you do, you will start seeing them out of the blue. You never saw them before, but there goes one. Maybe a week later, you see another one. There they are. I said, that's our life does. We see things a certain way and we think it's neutral. But the truth is, the way we see life reflects back to us the way we see it. If you think, for example, and this is what it was, like black people are all day, you're going to see every motherfucking asshole black guy, what he does and somebody else. I didn't say that to him, but I think he made that connection on his own. That he had been seeing life in a way that he thought, like we all think is neutral, but he had pulled from it. Like once you a matrix, did the thing start looking different? You may have misapplied who the matrix was, but there is a matrix out there. And the more you look at it, the more you begin to fill in the dots. Your dots. That's how we are. That's how this is. And what I heard about this guy later is there was a Course in Miracles group at that terminal island. Now, I don't know, did I ever tell you about, I told you about the Course, didn't I? That was that book about peace, you see things a certain way. That book was channeled to a professor of medical psychology at Columbia Medical University in the early 1970s. She was an atheist and she was Jewish by religion, but she was an atheist and she wasn't a religious person. Fucking hate. She didn't believe in shit. She didn't believe in God. And she heard a voice back then while she was a professor at Columbia. She told me later, she told somebody, said she thought she was going through a pause, losing her mind. So she called the head of the department, who was her close friend, who she could trust with this information. All right. Bill Tedford. And I know Bill. I met Helen, but I knew Bill later. And Bill was head of the department, her department head. And Bill said, Helen called him up one night, said she was hearing this voice. And it's telling her to take notes, just like John Patmos. Take notes. Okay? And he said, well, what did it say, Helen? And she said, I don't know. I haven't written anything down. I'm afraid to. And Bill said, he had a great sense of humor. Bill said, with all the courage of one who it wasn't happening to, he said, Helen, write it down, and then we'll find out. And if it's crazy, we won't tell anyone. And if it is, we'll find out what it said. And that's what it said. This is the manual for peace. It is a required course.
Yes.
That's
yes.
led to fucking thousands of words. Now, Helen knew, and she had doubts about it when she's going through it. She said, she said, what's the voice that identified itself as Jesus later? My God, not only was she an atheist, her parents were Jewish, and she turned away from all that shit. Now she's hearing this voice. But this stuff was amazing that she heard. And Bill, she took it down in shorthand, and next morning Bill said they go in their office and they pull the shades. This is a Columbia, at a university.
Yeah.
And he type it down. Click, click. She said she could turn it off, on or off. She'd be ready to hear. It would pick up iambic pentameter just like a fucking dictaphone. Wrote itself. And then when it was over, he said they asked the voice, because she was hearing the voice, what to do. And they said, the world's not ready yet. But you will know it. Somebody will come and you will know it. Until then, wait. And so Bill Tedford, he told me, he said, he was sitting there and he was at a lecture on parapsychology, on healing. And it was given by Judy Scott, who was the fundraiser, the leading fundraiser for parapsychology, psychic research in the United States. And she was giving a talk. And he said, he's listening, he's sitting in the audience, and somebody raised their hand and said, what is healing? And Judy, she's up there giving the talk, Judy Scott. She paused and she says, well, healing is love, isn't it? Isn't that what healing is? And, oh, shit, that's the Course in Miracles. She's got to meet Helen. So he arranged for her to have lunch together. And Judy told me this. And Judy said, because I met Judy. And Judy said, Darryl, I was the leading fundraiser for psychic activity in the United States. I never considered myself psychic. All right? But she said she's having lunch with Bill and Helen at Columbia. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, she turns to Helen and she says, so you hear the voice. Helen looks at her, she shits. And she turns to Bill and she says, we have to show it to her. Bill goes, they take her to the office, they unlock the door, they turn, all the stuff was in a safe. They open up the safe and they bring out this stack of papers, and Judy starts reading it. And she broke down in tears. She broke down in tears. She said she was making all this money professionally. She was at the top of her game. Her life felt empty. And she starts reading. She broke down in tears. And then, consequently, she called Jerry Jampolsky. You can Google Jerry Jampolsky. He wrote a book called Love is Letting Go of Fear. All right, and I know Jerry as a result of it. And Jerry turned to me and he said, Judy calls him out of the blue. And she said she had to read this book that she had found. And he said, Judy, he always thought she was prone to hyper stuff. And she thought, blah, 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 just Judy. He said, I never expected that this would be what it was. It changed his life. And that was a book that I was doing affirmations for peace from. And it rolls into my life. 1976. Translated into 27 languages around the world. That's my background. That's stuff that has happened to me.
Yeah, you
That's
never
why I
know.
believe.
Yeah.
Never.
No, you never know
Never know.
when the turn, like you said about the future, you
No.
never know when that day is coming. That's the turn
Never.
or the change.
You think
You
you're that
think you
close and it may
do.
never happen. And
Yeah.
you think you're so far away and you're an adult head and you've never gotten anything in your life, and then boom, the floodgates. The floodgates.
Yeah. Yep. That's why it's very important. I mean, listen, I know it's getting on, so I'll just want to wrap up with, so in your mind, like for people, like we've got a guy in the chat here, big fella, and I've I've had conversations with this guy in the chats for probably 6 years, and he's always like a fatalist, where he's convinced the worst of humanity. Not that he's wrong, but he's like,
Hey,
just
big
kill.
guy. That was me. Big guy. That was me 50 years ago. Not only did I know we were fucked, I had the reasons. When I had my restaurant in Berkeley and I lost all my money, I was at such a low ebb. This is 71. I thought the only thing I was good at was seeing disaster before it happened, because it always happened. I didn't know then that the disaster happened because I fixated on it. The miracle of my life is I can now see disaster and I'm not fixated. I can see it. I don't have to deny it. I don't have to say it's not there. It's not going to happen. Most people I know who are in the positive thinking can't look at the shit that I see. They don't want to hear it. And I understand it. It's dark shit. It doesn't look good. You know that we're going down the toilet. But I've been given the gift of seeing the toilet and seeing the sewage system. You know, I've been given the gift of knowing that there's a plumber. I've been given the gift of knowing, yeah, it can happen. And it will happen. I've been given that. And I treasure that gift. And I know where you are. I know that. I used to live in that space. That was me. Like I said, I had lost all this money. Everything I had done was a failure. And the only thing I thought I was good at is I could see disasters before they happen. That was me. You know?
Well, he said the problem is nothing
But
will ever change, and every day gets worse and worse.
Until you change. Until you start focusing on the positive. Until you start pushing your mind somewhere else. That's why, David, when you left our last talk, one of the last talks, and saying, every day I'm trying to be hopeful and say thankful to someone, that's the only key. When you're in the shitter, when you're in the shitter,
you got to reduce your time frame.
Yeah, time it.
You can't look too far ahead. You got to just focus.
No, because you're going to bring that other shit in. Because I know, when David said that about that he was thankful, that's when I gave you. I first read that poem about you can't have it the way you want it, to give thanks. That's the crack in the cosmic egg. To look for something that it may be your mother's love, or maybe your mother was a bitch. I don't know. Your dad was good. Stay here, or the lady who came and took you away from your parents was kind. Only look at that, because the mind is so motherfucking powerful. It creates this shit.
Yeah, no, I tell people. Yeah, I tell people, listen, sometimes you have to start small, even if it's just an ice cream cone. You've got to have something that you're grateful for each and every day. So,
Marshall, when he started his real estate company, okay, back in 76, before he made his millions, okay, he got his friend to help him. All right. Now, his friend had lost a shitload of money, drug dealing. I didn't know this till years later. I didn't know he was a student. But evidently he had gotten a bunch of money together to buy whatever it was. And he got ripped off. All right. Out of their people's money. Now, this guy took it to heart. He felt horrible. He had burned all his friends. Everything went to hell. So Marshall's trying to put his goddamn real estate company, right? We're going to make hundreds of millions of dollars. This guy died with hundreds of millions of dollars, 30 hundreds. When I'm saying hundreds of millions of dollars, north of half a billion. Okay, but at that time, he was so bummed out. Marshall went to him and wanted him because he knew how good he was. And Bill didn't want to do it. He didn't want to do it. He felt so horrible. Somehow Marshall persuaded him. Bill joined his real estate company and became the key guy. The key guy. Now, they used to have these Monday mornings. That's where I ran into the Course of Miracles. Okay? Because I had time to kill. I was retired drug. I had money and nothing to do. So I go to these meetings and just listen to them shoot the shit because I had nothing to do. And I remember Bill talking to the salespeople. This company was so successful in real estate. I saw lawyers quitting the profession to become real estate at work with Marshall. And some people there made so much money, they haven't worked since. In the early 70s. Marshall's company churned up the Bay Area. Turned it up. All right. And so there was this friend who Marshall convinced to join him in his real estate. Now, this is before they made their huge amounts of money. But I remember him talking to the salespeople. And he said, you got it positive. So that's the key. He says, you got to look back at what's done well or what you do well. He says, I don't even care if the only you can do that is just go to sleep. There are some people who can't sleep. They're insomniacs. And the only thing you can do, you may be a failure at everything else in your life that you think you've done. But if you can say to yourself, you know what? I can go to sleep when I want to. He said, only think about that. That's what I want you to do. Only think about that. Focus on that. And then something's going to come together. I met one of the only people that is believed to have ever beaten MS. ALS. Lou Gehrig's disease. The only person.
Bad stuff.
I met her. And she was a friend of a friend. And she said she'd been a nurse, very high powered. And she said she hated her body. She had gotten polio as a little kid. And her body was, always deformed. In fact, she told a story. She said she's in third grade, and she was really sort of shriveled. She was an iron lung for months. She was in an iron lung longer than any other human being. Okay, so she was, oxygen deprived and everything. So she comes out, and she said her second grade teacher said, "I don't know what you're in school for anyway. You're just going to be a cripple the rest of your life."
Wow,
that might have destroyed people. You know what it did to her? She hated that teacher. She turned into rage. She turned to rage. Okay? And she became all right. She became head of the department, and she's in Tucson and charging along. And all of a sudden, shit started happening. They diagnosed her ALS. ALS. And she went down to Houston, the center. That's it. You got it. And she said, Tucson, you got all these airy-fairy people, like I'm one of them. Everybody trains, own money, on all this shit, because we believe in that. And she said, all her friends were telling her, she said, fuck you. She was so mad. Yeah, she died. Nothing's getting worse. Okay? And she said what happened was she knew she only had a few months left. She said it felt like a bathtub with the water draining out slowly. That's what it felt like. She was losing control. Power weakening. And she knew she only had weeks left. And she said, you know what? She had read somewhere about the mind-body connection. All right? We're talking about positive. Mind-body connection. And she said she decided she was going to learn about that. She said she didn't do it that she was going to heal herself because she didn't believe she could be healed. She had ALS. Everyone fucking dies.
Yeah.
But this girl is driven. So she decided every waking moment she was going to try and figure out this mind-body shit. She's a nurse. And so she said the first thing she's reading about it, says you have to make friends with your body. And that's when she realized how much she hated her. You have to make friends with just friends. And so she said she'd have the nurse put her in her wheelchair in front of a mirror. She had to look at herself. She's all fucked up, dying. And she's looking at herself, and she just was a representation of everything she hated. She felt her body had let her down. That she'd be a star if she wasn't had a body like this. And then but she's looking at herself. And then, but she knew the lesson was find something positive, not to fucking go on your trip. And she said, finally, she thought she knew that's what she's supposed to do. Right? And time was running out. So she sat there, she looked at her hands. She says, you know what? Those hands, I've helped a lot of people. I have healed a lot of people. And so she looked at her hands. And she said, that's where it started, with the hands. And she moved from limb to finally her eyes, her heart, and stuff along the way. And she said, it was like the bathtub stopped leaking and the water started filling up. And she could walk. She regained, the only one of the few, in fact, you go up, I forget what her name is, but I know her. We met her. Martha and I met her. She lived in Tucson, ALS healing nurse. You'll find her. And she said she decided to go see the doctor in Houston that diagnosed her. Yeah, they all die. So she drives down to Houston, knocks on the door. He looks up. She's leaning against the doorway, and his mouth drops. His mouth dropped.
Sure. It's a miracle. Well, it's a miracle.
It's a miracle. It is a miracle. And she's sitting there, and he said, I never thought, he said, not only did I think you feel, diagnosis that you had ALS, he said, I got to admit, I didn't like you. All right. She was so intense, so bitter, and so angry. The doctor knew it. But she had changed. She had began focusing on the positive. Now, for a big guy out there, who I know, that's how it is. Let me tell you another story. In the year 2000, when Martha and I moved to Tucson, Martha suffered liver and kidney failure. Boom.
Yeah. Wow.
That's intense.
That's pretty serious stuff.
Because the guy we were working for had stopped paying our medical insurance. So Martha went to the hospital for something in the interim, and he told her not. No, let me send you the money. What? You're paying our insurance. Blue Cross. She always made sure she was going. I didn't. I was a hippie. I didn't have any insurance. She always had insurance. And then she goes there, no insurance. Oh yeah, the motherfucker stopped paying her insurance after he finally got her to come work for us, because she's a high-paying job. She was a tech, and so she was going through all this pain, and she thought, I can't see a doctor until I get insurance. And if I go get a diagnosis now, that's it. You got a pre-existing condition. You're off the board. That's the way we play it here in our free medical system. Fuck you.
Right.
So she wouldn't go see a doctor, and it was getting worse. And finally, it got so bad, her eyes rolled back. She was dying. We didn't know this. They sent her by ambulance to Phoenix because the doctors they put her in the hospital and sent her the next day. And Martha's going there, and she heard these words: if you worry, you're gonna die. Now Martha will tell you, she learned to worry at the feet of the master. Her mother was an inveterate worrier. I mean, worried about everything. Martha ran this creative group at an agency, and one of the guys had AIDS, and Martha told her mother about him. He was working with Martha. This is early on. And she said, how is he? She said, well, he's worried. His mother said, tell him not to worry. Tell him I'll do all the worrying for him. I've got enough free time on my hands. And Martha just worried. And Martha heard these words: if you worry, you're going to die. So here was Martha, truly at death's door. She found out later she was having kidney and liver failure. She was in a liver hospital in Phoenix because they could deal with it there. She was the only person on the intensive ward that was conscious. Everybody else was on a ventilator. All right, that's how close she was. And then her renals, they pulled them off the shut. They thought she was going to die. But Martha knew that her kidneys were where she could feel it, and it came back. In fact, everything came back. So Martha did get that healing, and she learned to stop worrying. She said if she had not heard those words, she would have died, because that's what worrying does. So seeing things, all the bad shit can go wrong, is a lesson in the negative, because that's how I learned about positive things. I learned that to have the positive things happen, I had to stop worrying about the shit. I mean, that's where the book The Way Out came. Stand guard at the door of your mind and do not let in anything it said that looks negative, because it's only appearances. I mean, it may be out there, but your mind, he said, your mind is brought, your higher brought you to this point, so you learn the lesson. So I know where that's coming from. Like I said, I was there. You know, I may have told you this about being afraid, you know, and having to go through fear. Like I felt like when I was a drug dealer, I was like an accountant trapped in the body of a pirate. I remember I'm with my friend, the one who was doing 20 years in terminal. I didn't see him later. This is before we got busted again, about 10 years before. We're in Marin County, coming down through the back roads with this German Shepherd in the back seat. And we're talking about some smuggle, because that's what we talk about. We're drug dealers. What else did we talk about? Okay? This is the early 80s. This is before I got my bus. And all of a sudden, we hear a loudspeaker. Well, we're in the middle of the fucking country in Marin. We hear a loudspeaker. Driver, pull the car over. We look behind us. There's 3 to 4 blue-gray government issue Fords. Their doors swing open, and guys with rifles are pointed at us with their windows rolled down through the pullover. Holy motherfucking shit. Driver, hands on the windshield. Both of them. He's got his hands on it. Okay? Instructions. Driver, with your right hand, roll down the windshield, because it's on the left side. Keep your left shield, your hand inside. He does. Put your hand back up. Now, driver, with your left hand, take the key out of the ignition and throw it out the window. And he does. Put your hand, wait a minute, we're back there. He said, now, driver, open the door with your left hand. He opens the door, swings it open. Now, get out of the car on your knees. So he turns around to get out of the car, and he can't. He can't. Why? Because his fucking seatbelt is on.
Right.
He's trying to. And the loudspeaker, driver, get out of the car. And he's going to try like this. And I go, these stupid motherfuckers. And I, sitting there next to him, and I punched the release button and put my hand back up. And the guns came up. They almost blew us away.
I'm surprised they didn't.
My hands are back up. He's out of the car. He's on his knees walking backwards. Till they get him, they handcuff him. Now it's my turn. Open the door, get on my knees. I had shorts on. On my knees. Walk back, handcuff me, get out of the car. They roll us down the road. We're sitting there. Radio contact going on all the time. And I'm sitting there. It's around 1 o'clock. My daughter gets out of school at 3. And I always picked her up. I'm sitting there thinking, well, I got to have somebody go pick up Rebecca. Blah, blah, blah. I'm thinking this in my mind. And then it hit me. The old Darryl Schoon wouldn't be doing that. The old Darryl Schoon would have been shit-faced of fear. But because I had been in this field of work for a number of years in a number of situations, none of which had gotten this bad before, that's how I was handling it. And I went, well, I've changed. So what I want to tell you, big guy, is you can change. And it's tough. And I only changed because I had to. And that's the way most of us do change. You start cutting the shit out of your mind about how you see it bad, because it's there. Because what you want to do is you want to have your life the way you want it. You don't want to be a victim of your perceived perceptual judgments. And we all here, we're all in the bag. And we're all stuck, glued to that little frame. And we finally learn how to deal with it. I'm a lot older than I was in 71 when I thought the only thing I was good at was losing money. I mean, was seeing bad things before they happened. And I no longer have the wealth I had in the 70s. I no longer had the youth I had in the 70s. And my health, given that I'm at my age, is not as bad as a whole lot of other people, but still. And I don't like to think about the money I've lost. All right? Because I can get a little in my own money. I know what it's like to stay in suites and you know, that life, when Stevie Winwood talked about back in the high life again. All right? But I know it's there. And I know things that make my heart be at peace with what's going on. I still know their matrix. I still know who's running that matrix. And I know I can't do anything about it. And I know a whole lot more about it than most people do. Most people just suspicions. I got it down to the fucking nitty gritty. I got names. And that used to piss me off. There's no justice. Motherfuckers gonna get away with it. No justice. Those things are gone. And it's not from lack of power. I know it's all working out. And like I say, I may be crazy, but I may not be crazy in this, because I don't think so. I believe this to be the gospel truth. I believe that we are all miracles, even the ones we think that are assholes. And that's not easy for me to come up with. Forgiveness is not one of my strong suits. And that's why I love Timothy Cameron, my friend, who I said has gone through a life of fire and has truly forgiven. All right. And because he has, I got to do him because I know I'm still working. All right. But I know it'll be there for me to work on until I handle it. And I know there's a there. I know there's a place where there is no judgment. I know there's a place where we know from the bottom of our heart that that person who I thought was my enemy was my teacher. Motherfucker.
Well,
So,
what popped into my head is, how did Einstein supposedly define insanity?
I
Right?
don't know.
You do the same thing over and over and expect something to change.
Yeah.
So
You know
you
what?
have to do something different if you want to change.
Different. Yeah. And like I say, I think it was in my life's dharma because I was forced to change. Like you said, get off the couch. The way my life's choices were presented to me, it was like by force. I mean, it wasn't a joke when I said God taught me to dance by shooting at my feet. I had a terrible sense of rhythm, but he was an incredibly accurate shot. And I am thankful for life, even as it is, even as it is. And I know for the vast majority, it's tragic. For the vast majority. And I know I've been lucky, and I know a lot of people would never even want to have had my life. Go away to prison and you have to do all that shit. But I am grateful for what I learned, because what I learned was the impossible any other way, as far as I can see it.
Yeah, we all have to walk our own path.
We all have to walk our own path. And you know what? I can truly say to everyone, whether I agree with them, whether we disagree, whether we're on the same page or not the same page, I have for everyone and for their walk. I really do. No one's got it easy.
Even the guys where the biggest problem is, pardon me,
They don't have it easy.
do you have any Grey Poupon?
Any what?
Grey Poupon. Remember those commercials?
No.
Oh,
Grey Poupon. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Grey Poupon. Do you have any Grey Poupon?
The guy's in in a Bentley being driven around, and he's like,
the Bentley.
"Oh,
Exactly.
pardon me.
Listen,
do you have any Grey Poupon?"
Marshall gave me the keys to his Rolls Royce one day, and I didn't want it. But he wanted me to drive around his Rolls Royce. So I'm driving around Marshall's Rolls Royce in San Francisco, and I never was more self-conscious in my motherfucking life. Yeah. Now Marshall loved driving that Rolls Royce. It meant something to him. He grew up poor, and the fact that he's running around San Francisco with Rolls Royce, he made him happy. To me, it made me self-conscious. Made me really self-conscious. So everybody's got a different thing for a different deal,
Well, I appreciate you answering, big fella, because, there's nothing for me to say to him anymore, because every time I try to steer him where, he comes back to
you're trying to tell him that life as he experiences isn't true.
No, that isn't what I'm trying to say. No, for example, let me just read this to you. That's true. That's true. He said, "My problem is I want to change this world because in 24 hours, the world can change if it wants to. The world just needs the will to change." And I'm telling him it's never going to happen.
No. Yeah. Big guy. That's great. That is stunning that you can see that change can happen on a dime. That is awesome. That you have the capacity to apprehend that it could do it. But let me tell you something. The early 70s, as I was in that dark in my mind, trying to deal with a life that was far bigger than me, I had these words came into my head because I wanted to change the world too. I mean, we all know it's fuck you. And these words came in, and the words were, "It starts with you." And I knew they came in my head, and part of me went, "Oh shit, that's just too much." But you know what, big guy, the same thing that you put on the world, that it could change, but it doesn't want to. It's the same thing with positive thinking. You could do it, but you don't want to enough. And I didn't want to enough until I was forced to. That's what David calls getting off the couch. And, and I think the universe knows who we are. I mean, we're all a part of it. It knows who we are. All right. And it's there waiting for us. And we're waiting for it. My joke today was, I think I'd be happy if the world were the way I wanted, if I saw the world at peace. If I finally saw this fucking shit place of a shitstorm get its act together. That was my thought. Okay. And the next thought was, you know what? It ain't till it, not that it won't, but until it does, it ain't gonna be. And until then, the only option for change is for you to get your shit together and see it the way it really, that you've been told it is. So I have a better chance of working with myself than I have with changing it. And yet that's a life's work, because I've been successful sometimes and sometimes I haven't. Or so the way it seems. But I know Amen. I'm a lot better at it than I was. I'm a lot better at it than I was because I remember. All right, what? Just like when I'm running through my brain with the guns, backseat of this car, but handcuffed and shit like that. And I'm thinking about Rebecca. Somebody got to pick her up. I go, yeah, that's new. That's not the Darryl Schoon I was, who I had been. And I had to go through all that stuff to get there. And I wasn't doing it to deal with fear. I didn't think. I thought I was doing it because I had to make money and this is the way my friends did. But what I was doing at another level was dealing with fear.
Yeah.
Having to walk in a world where the consequences were like that. Having to walk that. And you do. So even sometimes the work that you do, you don't even know you're doing it.
There's a reason
You may not
teams
think
practice. Yep.
There's a reason teams practice. You know, the fucking coach says to you, you look at him and you're beat the shit, and he's sitting there sniping. Like, there's a reason teams practice, dude. And he's right. He's right. This is teams practice.
Not many people handle things correctly the first time they see them.
We never do. Bucky Fuller said, the universe learns through mistakes. Holding yourself to a standard of perfection or anyone else is a game that doesn't play. And especially with yourself. He said, in a universe that is designed to learn by mistakes, Bucky called it the mistake mystique. There's a mystery about making mistakes.
Yeah.
And he said,
try to keep them from being fatal.
Yes, as I was. Yeah, trying to keep them being fatal. Sometimes
keep your mistakes small.
Yeah, and sometimes you do and sometimes you don't. Because you learn the most from the big mistakes. You really do.
Well, do you have a choice? I mean,
no.
I mean,
you know what? We do have free will, but it's not where we think it is. That's my feeling. We do have free will, but it's not where we think it is.
Well, I'll just end it on this, Darryl, because we've been going 4 hours, and I thank you very much. I could talk to you for 24 hours. But the reason I'm, and I don't want to say this because I don't want to jinx it, but I'm not so afraid of death per se, because when my mother was dying, she really taught me how to die. She wasn't bitching or complaining or crying about it. She showed strength and integrity. And while she was afraid, she didn't let it dictate her life. And she enjoyed every day that she had.
The way your mother died is the way I want to live.
Absolutely.
Those words, the way you said it.
Absolutely.
The way you die is the formula for the way I want to live.
Amen.
Word for word, David.
And that's her death and how she went out changed my life. And that's when I really stopped working as hard as I was working and started traveling and doing other things with my life. And so I'm not going to say my life is perfect, but it's very different than it would have been.
You know what? My mother gave me here's my mother's a school teacher. All right. And here I'm a kid, I'm going to law school. All I can say is this. My parents had a lot of hopes for me that weren't realized. To put it mildly.
Well, they were Chinese.
Okay? Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Driven. Like I said, they had a lot of hopes for me that weren't to be realized. And in the middle of my prison sentence, my mother's she's a junior high school teacher by this time. She writes me a letter in the middle of this stuff to my dear, talented, rebellious son. we will always be together.
Wow.
That's a gift. That's a gift. When you know what it looks like.
Nothing like a mother's
That's a gift.
love. Yeah.
Nothing like a mother's love. I mean, two
Well,
of my friends didn't have
yeah.
that, and it bothered them.
Yeah.
I could see it. But it wasn't their dharma. They had other things to work through. You know, they had other things to work through. Given that, that's like I had that to help me. But your mother, how you described her passing, is the way I want to live every day of my life. You said it. That's something to aspire to. And that you were
Amen.
given that, that's a gift from the universe. That's a gift from the universe. You know, I think
Oh,
I told you this before.
I know it was.
In 1983, I'm talking to a guy, I'm in Italy. And this is before I went to prison. He didn't know about it. We just met on the plane. He's very wealthy. And he said, you know, Darryl, I said, Andre, I said, the luckiest person I know. But my life hasn't been easy. And he said, well, what is luck? And these words came out of my mouth. Luck is love's reflection shining in your path.
Yeah, those are good words.
And that's what it was. Your mother's passing. You were lucky for that experience. And not all of life can be seen in that vein, but some of it can be. And that's what we have to keep focusing on, because the truth is, it's hit and miss until we do that, until we start controlling the controller. Our minds are so powerful. We don't think that we're that powerful. We think we're victims.
No, and if you don't like the path you're on, change it.
Change it to the degree that you can. And even if you can't see a way, if you want there to be a way, you will be given a way. I believe that from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah. Hey, Darryl, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, David. Happy New Year. Peace.
You take care.
You
Hey, and
too.
anytime you want to come on, you let me know.
All right, I'm here.
Okay. Bye
See
now.
ya. Bye.
And thank you.